Hello, my dear magical adventurers. It's Arby, and welcome back to another evening where sleep meets sorcery and dreams dance with destiny. The world feels heavy tonight, doesn't it? With all the chaos swirling around us, sometimes we need to remember that even in the darkest times there are lights that refuse to go out, friendships that burn so bright they illuminate paths for generations yet to come.
What if I told you that four boys made a promise that would echo through time itself, a vow so powerful it would save the boy who lived before he was even born? What if their greatest prank wasn't on their enemies but on death itself? Tonight, you'll discover how friendship became the most dangerous magic in the wizarding world. Before we journey together into these sacred halls of memory, take a moment to like this video if stories of unbreakable bonds speak to your soul. Subscribe only if you believe, as I do, that some tales are too important to be forgotten. And tell me in the comments which friendship in your own life has shaped who you've become. What magical bonds have carried you through your darkest nights? Now, settle into your most comfortable position. Dim the lights until they're soft as candlelight in a common room after midnight. Pull your warmest blanket close, the one that feels like a hug from someone who truly knows you. Close your eyes and let the outside world fade away. Tonight, you're not just a listener, you're a keeper of secrets, a guardian of memories that refuse to die. Can you hear it? The whisper of autumn wind through ancient castle corridors, the distant hoot of owls carrying messages between hearts that beat as one, the soft crackle of a fire that has warmed countless souls seeking comfort in friendship's glow. These sounds will guide us tonight as we uncover truths that have been waiting in shadows, truths about four boys who dared to believe that together they could change everything. Tonight isn't just about magical mischief and schoolboy pranks. This is about you discovering the kind of friendship that transforms ordinary people into legends. You'll walk beside James Potter as his arrogance melts into fierce protectiveness. You'll feel Sirius Black's rebellious heart learn that some traditions are worth breaking, while others are worth dying for. You'll experience Remus Lupin's journey from self-hatred to self-acceptance, and you'll understand why Peter Pettigrew's story is more tragic and complex than anyone dared admit. Listen carefully as we begin, because tonight you'll discover secret passages that lead not just through Hogwarts but through the human heart. You'll witness midnight revelations that change the course of magical history. You'll feel the weight of dangerous loyalties that cost everything and saved everyone. And you'll understand how four imperfect boys became something immortal, something that death itself could never truly touch. Four interconnected tales stretch before us like secret passages through time itself. Each story reveals another layer of the magic that flows between souls who refuse to abandon each other. By the time dawn breaks in your world, you'll understand not just how the Marauders saved Harry Potter, but how their legacy lives on in every friendship brave enough to choose love over fear. The fire is crackling, the candles are lit, the castle is calling. Close your eyes, dear friend, and let me tell you the real story of mischief managed, friendship honored, and love that conquered even the darkest magic ever known. Are you ready to learn the secrets that time forgot? Then let our journey begin. Your heart pounds with the nervous excitement that only comes from standing at the threshold of everything you've ever dreamed of. This is it. This is the moment 11-year-old James Potter has imagined 1,000 times, lying awake in his bed at home, wondering if he'll finally find the place where he belongs. The great hall stretches before him like a cathedral made of starlight and possibility. Thousands of candles float overhead, their warm glow dancing across faces filled with the same mixture of terror and wonder that's currently making his stomach flip like a rogue snitch. The Sorting Hat's ancient voice still echoes in his ears. Gryffindor. He's a Gryffindor, just like his father, just like his father's father before him. The boy in question has the most unusual hair James has ever seen. Black as midnight, and somehow managing to look perfectly tousled despite the fact that they've all just endured the boat ride across the lake. When he turns to look at James, his gray eyes hold a hint of mischief that immediately puts James on alert. This is someone who understands the art of trouble. But as James makes his way to the red and gold table weaving between older students who barely glance his way, he realizes something that makes his chest tight with loneliness. Being sorted into the right house doesn't automatically give you friends. It doesn't erase the awkwardness of not knowing where to sit, or the way your voice cracks when you try to introduce yourself to the boy next to you. James grins, recognizing a kindred spirit in rebellion. James Potter, And don't worry, I've got plenty of family baggage too. My dad still tells stories about his Hogwarts days, like they happened yesterday. Sirius Black, the boy says, extending his hand with the kind of confidence that comes from 11 years of pure blood training. But there's something else there too, something that looks almost like relief. And before you ask, yes, I'm related to those Blacks. No, I don't want to talk about it. Potter, Sirius repeats, his eyes lighting up with recognition. Your dad played chaser for England, didn't he? My mother despises him, says he's a blood traitor who married beneath his station. Then I think your mother and I are going to get along brilliantly, James says with a grin that makes Sirius bark out a surprised laugh. Their conversation is interrupted by a small, nervous cough from across the table. A boy with sandy brown hair and clothes that have clearly seen better days is staring down at his empty plate with the kind of intensity usually reserved for advanced transfiguration homework. When he finally looks up, James is struck by how old his eyes look, too old for an 11-year-old face. Remus Lupin, the boy says quietly, and James has to lean forward to catch the words. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say hello. There's something about the careful way Remus speaks, as if he's afraid his words might break something precious, that makes James's protective instincts flare to life. Without thinking, he scoots closer, making room for this obviously lonely boy in their growing circle. Don't apologize for existing, Sirius says, but his tone is gentle rather than sharp. Trust me, I've spent enough years doing that. It gets old fast. Remus's eyes widen slightly at the understanding in Sirius's voice. You too? Different reasons, probably, Sirius admits, glancing around to make sure no one else is listening. But yeah, sometimes families aren't what they're supposed to be. James feels something shift inside his chest as he watches these two damaged boys recognize something in each other. His own parents love him fiercely, almost embarrassingly so, but he's old enough to understand that not everyone is so lucky. Without really thinking about it, he makes a decision that will change 4 lives forever. Well, he says, his voice carrying the natural authority that will one day make him head boy. Looks like we'll just have to be each other's family then. The words hang in the air for a moment. Bold and presumptuous and absolutely perfect. Sirius stares at him with something like wonder, while Remus's careful mask slips just enough to show the desperate hope underneath. The 4th member of their group arrives via the most spectacular trip over absolutely nothing that any of them have ever witnessed. Peter Pettigrew goes flying across the great hall floor, arms windmilling wildly, before landing in a heap at their feet. His face is bright red as he scrambles upright, glasses askew, and robes twisted around his plump frame. Sorry, Peter gasps, looking like he'd rather disappear through the floor than face the snickers from nearby students. I'm so clumsy, I can't believe I just did that in front of everyone. But instead of joining in the laughter, James reaches down and helps Peter to his feet. Sirius straightens the smaller boy's glasses with surprising gentleness. Remus quietly vanishes the dirt from Peter's robes with a cleaning charm that speaks of long practice in making problems disappear. Happens to the best of us, James says firmly, shooting a glare at anyone who looks like they might continue laughing. I once fell off my broom during my first Quidditch lesson and landed in the mud face first, in front of my dad's entire professional team. Really? Peter asks, hope creeping into his voice as he realizes these boys aren't going to mock him. Really, James confirms. My mum still brings it up at dinner parties, says it keeps me humble. Not even slightly, James admits, and they all laugh. Does it work? Sirius asks with a grin. Peter's face transforms when he laughs, the nervous tension melting away to reveal someone much more confident underneath. I'm Peter Pettigrew, he says, settling into the space they automatically make for him, and I've been looking forward to this moment for months. 3rd generation, actually, Peter says, pride creeping into his voice. But my parents always said I might not make it, that I wasn't magical enough. When my letter came, he trails off. But they all understand. Validation, acceptance, proof that you belong. First in your family to come to Hogwarts? Remus asks gently, recognizing something familiar in Peter's eager expression. And just like that, something magical happens. Not the kind of magic they'll learn in Defense Against the Dark Arts or Potions class. The kind of magic that occurs when 4 lonely boys realize they don't have to be lonely anymore. They spend the rest of the feast sharing stories that grow more outrageous with each telling. James describes his disastrous attempts at impressing a neighbor girl by showing off on his toy broomstick, which ended with him tangled in her mother's prized rose bushes. Sirius whispers scandalous tales about his family's portrait gallery and the things the painted relatives say when they think no one's listening, including a particularly colorful ancestor who apparently spent most of the 18th century insulting anyone who walked past. Even quiet Remus opens up enough to admit he once accidentally turned his pet rabbit purple while practicing magic before his Hogwarts letter arrived, and spent 3 days trying every counter charm he could find in his father's books. Peter, emboldened by their acceptance, confesses that he practiced his introduction speech in the mirror for 3 weeks and still managed to forget his own name when McGonagall called it during sorting. "What did you say instead?" Sirius asks, tears of laughter in his eyes. Peter, Potter. Peter admits, his face going red again. "I was so nervous, I mixed up our names." James nearly chokes on his pumpkin juice. "That's brilliant. We could be brothers." "We are brothers," Sirius declares with the dramatic flair that will become his trademark. "Not by blood, but by choice." That's better, isn't it? As the evening winds down and older students begin herding first years toward their dormitories, James feels something he's never experienced before. The warm, golden sensation of belonging, not just to a place, but to people. These 3 boys, so different from each other and yet somehow perfectly matched, feel like pieces of himself he didn't know were missing. "We could all be brothers," Remus says quietly, and something in his voice makes them all look at him more closely. There's a wistfulness there, a longing that speaks of too many years spent alone. The Gryffindor common room welcomes them with a fire that crackles with promise, and armchairs that seem designed for late-night conversations. The fat lady's portrait swings shut behind them, sealing them into a world of red and gold tapestries, scattered chess sets, and the comfortable chaos of a place where people truly live. "It's beautiful," Peter breathes, spinning in a slow circle to take it all in. "It's home," James says simply, and realizes he means it in a way he never has before. But it's the circular dormitory room they're assigned to share that truly seals their fate. 4 beds arranged like compass points, 4 trunks full of hopes and fears, 4 boys who have no idea they're about to become legend. The room feels like it was designed specifically for them, as if the castle itself approves of their bond. As they change into pajamas and brush their teeth with the awkward politeness of new roommates, James catches Sirius's eye in the mirror above the wash basins. The other boy grins, and somehow James knows they're thinking the same thing. This feels like the beginning of something extraordinary. "So," Sirius says, as they finally settle into their beds, curtains drawn back so they can continue talking across the room. The moonlight streaming through the tall windows casts everything in silver, making the moment feel dreamlike and significant. "Anyone else thinking this place is going to be more interesting than our letters let on?" "Define interesting," Remus says dryly, but there's a smile in his voice that wasn't there during dinner. He's propped up on his pillows, looking more relaxed than he has all day. James laughs, a sound that seems to light up the darkened room like a Patronus charm. "They won't learn for years yet." "I like the way you think, Peter. I have a feeling we're going to get along just fine." "The kind of interesting that gets you detention," Peter suggests, surprising them all with his boldness. In the safety of their shared room, with these boys who've already proven they won't judge him, he's finding courage he didn't know he possessed. "More than fine," Sirius adds, propping himself up on his elbow to look at each of his new friends in turn. "I think we're going to be brilliant together." "The best kind of brilliant," James agrees, and makes a silent promise to himself that he'll do whatever it takes to keep that smile on Remus's face, to keep the confidence growing in Peter's voice, to give Sirius the family he's clearly never had. "Dangerously brilliant," Remus warns, but he's grinning now, his careful reserve finally cracking completely. They talk until their voices grow heavy with sleep, sharing dreams and fears and plans for tomorrow's adventures. They compare class schedules and discover they have nearly everything together. They debate which professors might be the strictest and which ones might be convinced to overlook minor infractions. They wonder about the older students they met and speculate about the portraits that line the corridors. But mostly, they just talk to keep talking, reluctant to let this perfect day end, because somehow they all sense that this is one of those moments that will define everything that comes after. The moment when four became one. The moment when the Marauders were truly born, even if they don't have that name yet. As sleep finally begins to claim them one by one, they're breathing evening out into the peaceful rhythm of children who feel safe and wanted for perhaps the first time in their lives. None of them can imagine just how brilliant they'll become together. They don't know about the secret passages they'll discover, mapped with loving detail. They can't foresee the midnight adventures that will forge bonds stronger than any magic Hogwarts can teach, or the impossible transformations they'll undergo for love. Tonight, they're just four 11-year-old boys who found each other in a castle full of strangers, four puzzle pieces that click together with the satisfying completeness of a door opening onto home. Four friends who chose each other and will keep choosing each other over and over again through every test that's coming. They don't know about the map they'll create that will guide heroes long after their own story ends, or the way their friendship will literally save the wizarding world through a love so pure it will defeat the darkest magic ever known. They don't know that their laughter echoing through these stone corridors will be remembered by the castle itself long after they're gone. Tomorrow, they'll begin the long, beautiful, dangerous journey of becoming the Marauders. But that's a story for dreams to tell and dawn to reveal. For now, let their gentle breathing lull you toward your own peaceful sleep, knowing that somewhere in the space between sleeping and waking, four friends are dreaming the same dream of adventures yet to come, of loyalty that will transcend death itself, and of the magic that happens when hearts choose to beat as one. But tonight, as October wind howls around the castle towers like a living thing, and rain lashes against the diamond-paned windows with the persistence of tears, Remus Lupin lies awake in his four-poster bed, staring at the burgundy canopy above him, with eyes that burn from unshed tears. Tomorrow night, the moon will be full. Tomorrow night, he'll have to lie again to the three people who matter most in the world to him. 3 months have passed since that first magical night in the dormitory. And the four boys have become inseparable in the way that only happens when souls recognize their missing pieces. They move through Hogwarts like a single entity with four hearts, finishing each other's sentences and sharing looks that contain entire conversations. James has discovered that Sirius's rebellious streak runs even deeper than his own, leading to increasingly elaborate pranks that have already earned them a reputation among the older students. Peter has blossomed under their acceptance, his nervous stutter disappearing when he's with them, replaced by a sharp wit that catches everyone by surprise. And Remus, careful Remus, has become their unofficial leader in all things academic, helping them navigate essays and examinations with a patience that seems infinite. The weight of his secret feels like a stone lodged in his chest, growing heavier with each passing day. He's watched James's face light up when he talks about weekend plans they can all share, oblivious to the fact that Remus will have to find another excuse to disappear. He's seen Sirius include him automatically in every scheme and adventure, never questioning why Remus sometimes has to bow out at the last minute with vague mentions of feeling unwell. He's felt Peter's shy admiration, the way the smaller boy looks up to him as if he's something worthy of respect rather than the monster he knows himself to be. If only they knew what he really was. If only they understood that their quiet, bookish friend transformed into a beast once a month, consumed by bloodlust and barely contained violence. The very thought makes him sick to his stomach, bile rising in his throat as he remembers the sensation of bones stretching and breaking, of teeth growing sharp enough to tear flesh, of human thoughts drowning in animal instincts. But the worst part isn't the physical pain, or even the monthly terror. It's the loneliness. The crushing, suffocating loneliness of carrying a secret so dark that it separates him from every human connection he's ever tried to make. Before Hogwarts, he'd resigned himself to a life of solitude, certain that no one could ever love someone like him. Then these three boys had stumbled into his life like unexpected sunlight, and for a few precious months, he'd allowed himself to forget what he was. The scars on his body tell the story of every transformation, silver lines crisscrossing his skin like a map of pain. He's gotten good at hiding them, at making excuses for the occasional glimpse that slips past his carefully chosen clothing. A childhood accident, he tells anyone who asks, a run-in with a particularly vicious dog. The lies come so easily now that sometimes he almost believes them himself. Now, lying in the darkness, listening to their peaceful breathing, he's forced to confront the truth again. This friendship, this perfect golden thing that's become the center of his world, is built on a lie. And tomorrow night, when Madame Pomfrey comes to escort him to the hospital wing with another fabricated illness, that lie will grow a little larger. Remus? James's whisper cuts through the darkness like a lifeline, gentle and concerned in the way that's become so familiar. You all right? You've been tossing and turning for an hour. Remus forces his breathing to even out, tries to make his voice sound normal instead of thick with the tears he's been fighting. Just thinking about the Transfiguration essay. McGonagall's expecting 3 feet of parchment, and I've only got 2. The nickname, spoken with such casual affection, almost breaks Remus's carefully constructed composure. They'd started calling him that weeks ago, a gentle tease about his tendency to stare out the windows on clear nights, tracking the moon's phases with an intensity that seemed purely academic to them. If only they knew how accurate their instincts really were. If only they understood that he watched the moon not out of scientific curiosity, but out of the same fascination a condemned man might have for the gallows. That's not it, James says softly, and Remus can hear the rustle of bedsheets as his friend slips out of his own bed. Without asking permission, James settles on the edge of Remus's mattress, close enough that his warmth seeps through the blankets, close enough that Remus can smell the lingering scent of the soap they all share. Come on, Moony, what's really wrong? But James Potter has always been too observant for his own good, and 3 months of friendship has taught him to read the subtle signs of Remus's distress. The way his shoulders carry tension like armor, the way his hands clench into fists when he thinks no one's watching, the carefully neutral expression that means he's hiding something that's eating him alive. I can't, Remus whispers, and his voice cracks on the words like ice breaking under pressure. I can't tell you. You wouldn't understand. Try us, comes Sirius's voice from across the room, thick with sleep, but instantly alert in the way that speaks of too many nights spent listening for danger in his childhood home. Suddenly there's movement as both he and Peter emerge from their beds, drawn by the gravity of whatever's happening in their little circle of trust. They arrange themselves around Remus like guardian angels, James still sitting on his bed, Sirius cross-legged on the floor with his back against the mattress, Peter perched on his own trunk so he can see everyone's faces in the dim light filtering through the windows. The casual way they form this protective circle, without discussion or hesitation, makes Remus's throat tight with emotion. We're your friends, Peter says quietly, and there's a strength in his voice that Remus has never heard before, the same strength that helped him stand up to older students who were teasing a first-year Hufflepuff just last week. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out together. You don't know what you're saying, Remus replies, but he can feel his resolve crumbling under the weight of their unconditional support. These boys, these wonderful, loyal, impossible boys, have no idea what they're offering to accept. What I am, it's not something you can fix with friendship or clever spells or Gryffindor courage. What you are, Sirius repeats, his gray eyes sharp with understanding even in the darkness, is our friend. Everything else is just details. And somehow, those simple words unlock something in Remus's chest that's been locked away since the night Fenrir Greyback changed his life forever. The story pours out of him like poison from a wound, ugly and painful and necessary. He tells them about the attack when he was 5 years old, barely more than a baby, playing in his family's garden while his parents entertained guests inside. About the massive wolf that seemed to come from nowhere. About teeth that tore through his small body like it was made of paper. He tells them about the whomping willow that guards the tunnel to the shrieking shack, where he spends his full moon nights alone and terrified, praying he never hurts anyone the way he was hurt. About the carefully constructed lies he's built to hide the monster that lives inside his skin, lies that grow heavier with each telling. He tells them about waking up in St. Mungo's weeks later, his parents' faces hollow with grief for the son they'd lost even though he was still breathing. About the monthly transformations that leave him weak and scarred and hating himself. About Madame Pomfrey's special treatments and Dumbledore's secret arrangements that allow him to attend Hogwarts at all. But then James reaches out and takes his hand, fingers strong and warm and steady, calloused from hours of Quidditch practice, but gentle as they intertwine with his own trembling ones. Okay, he says simply, his voice carrying the same matter-of-fact tone he might use to discuss the weather. So you're a werewolf. So what? He tells them about the loneliness, the crushing isolation of being the only one of his kind that he knows of, the certainty that he'll spend his entire life alone because no one could ever love something like him. about the nights he's lain awake planning his own death, certain it would be kinder to everyone if he simply stopped existing. When the words finally stop flowing, the silence in the room is so complete that Remus can hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears like war drums. This is it. This is the moment when everything changes, when he loses the only real friends he's ever had and goes back to being alone with his terrible secret. This is the moment when they realize what he really is and understand that they can never be safe around him. So what? Remus stares at him in disbelief, certain he must have misheard. James, I'm a monster. Once a month, I turn into something that would kill you without hesitation if I got the chance. I lose every bit of humanity I have and become nothing but hunger and violence and... No, Sirius says firmly, rising to his knees so he can look Remus directly in the eyes, his face fierce with conviction. Once a month, you get sick. The rest of the time, you're the smartest, kindest, most loyal person I've ever met. You think some stupid full moon is going to change that. You helped me with my potions essay, even though you were exhausted, Peter adds, his voice stronger than Remus has ever heard it. You stood up to those 7th years when they were picking on me. You share your chocolate, even when you only have one piece left. That's who you are, Remus, not what happens to you once a month. Remus feels tears spilling down his cheeks, but for the first time in months, they're not tears of shame or fear or self-hatred. They're tears of relief so profound it feels like being reborn, like stepping out of a dark room he's been trapped in for years into sunlight so bright it makes him dizzy. You really mean it? You're not gonna tell anyone, or ask to be moved to a different dormitory, or start looking at me like I'm gonna snap and attack you. Besides, Sirius continues, a familiar glint of mischief entering his gray eyes even as his voice remains deadly serious. We're Gryffindors. We don't run away from our friends just because things get complicated. We run toward them. Remus, James interrupts gently, squeezing his hand with fingers that are steady and sure. We're not going anywhere. We're your pack now, remember, and packs stick together. The word pack sends a shiver through Remus that has nothing to do with the cold October air seeping through the windows. Pack, family, belonging, things he never thought he'd have again after that terrible night in the forest so many years ago, when a monster destroyed his childhood and left him convinced he'd spend the rest of his life alone. But Sirius's next words change everything, rearranging Remus's understanding of love and loyalty and what it means to have friends who would do anything for you. There's just one thing, Sirius says, and Remus's heart clenches with sudden fear despite everything they've just said. Here it comes, the condition, the price of their acceptance, the thing they'll expect him to do to earn the right to keep their friendship. What? Remus stares at him, certain he's misunderstood. Sirius, you can't. The wolf, it's not me when I transform. I wouldn't recognize you, wouldn't remember that you're my friends. I could kill you. Next month, you're not going through this alone anymore. We're going to figure out a way to be there with you. Not if we're not human, James says quietly, and there's something in his voice that makes all of them go very still. I've been reading about Animagi, people who can transform into animals at will. If we could learn to do that. That's illegal without ministry registration, Remus says automatically, his academic mind seizing on the safest objection, and incredibly dangerous. The magic required is beyond anything we've learned. Students have died attempting uncontrolled transformations. Then we'll be careful, Peter says simply, as if they're discussing weekend plans, rather than risking their lives and futures. We'll research everything, practice until we're perfect, take however long it takes to get it right. You're talking about years of study. Remus protests, even as hope begins to bloom in his chest like a flower pushing through concrete. Years of secret practice, of hiding what you're doing from everyone. The risk is worth it, Sirius finishes firmly. You're worth it. And as the 4 boys huddle together in the darkness, already beginning to plan something that will take them years to accomplish and change the course of wizarding history, none of them realize they've just taken the first step toward becoming legends. They only know that they've found something worth any sacrifice, any risk, any danger. They've found each other. They've found love that transcends species and circumstances and the arbitrary divisions that usually separate magical creatures from wizards. They've found the kind of bond that will make them willing to become criminals for the sake of comfort, to risk everything for the chance to offer one lonely boy the gift of companionship during his darkest hours. They talk until dawn threatens the horizon, planning and plotting and dreaming of full moons that might actually bring joy instead of terror. They make lists of books to find, spells to research, precautions to take. They assign roles based on their individual strengths. James's natural leadership, Sirius's rebellious creativity, Peter's attention to detail, Remus's academic brilliance. But mostly, they just hold each other. 4 boys who have discovered that love makes everything possible, even the impossible. 4 friends who refuse to let one of their own suffer alone, no matter what that solidarity might cost them. As the first pale light of morning begins to filter through their windows, painting everything in soft gold, they finally drift off to sleep. But it's not the exhausted, tormented sleep that Remus has known for months. It's peaceful, healing sleep, the sleep of someone who knows he's not alone anymore. Tomorrow night, the moon will still be full, but for the first time since he was 5 years old, Remus Lupin isn't afraid of it, because tomorrow night he'll begin the journey toward transformations that bring companionship instead of isolation. Tomorrow night, he'll start becoming part of something larger than himself. Tomorrow night, the real magic begins. 2.5 years have passed since that October night when 3 boys promised to transform themselves for love, and the promise has consumed their lives in ways they never could have imagined. The dormitory that once echoed with carefree laughter now bears witness to whispered conversations that stretch deep into the night, filled with Latin incantations and theoretical discussions about the deepest mysteries of transfiguration magic. Their friendship has been tested in ways that would have broken lesser bonds. There have been arguments, fierce and passionate, when spells went wrong and left one of them hospitalized for days. There have been moments of doubt when the sheer impossibility of what they're attempting seemed to mock their determination. There have been setbacks that left them wondering if they were naive children playing with forces beyond their comprehension. But there have also been breakthroughs that felt like miracles. The first time James managed to sprout antlers for a full minute before they dissolved in a shower of golden sparks. The night Sirius's hair turned completely black and stayed that way for a week, leading to several uncomfortable conversations with professors about experimental potions. Peter's triumphant whisper when he successfully maintained rat-like teeth for an entire evening, despite the lisp it gave him. And through it all, Remus has watched his friends sacrifice pieces of themselves for his sake. He's seen James struggle with transfiguration homework because he spent every free moment researching Animagi's transformations instead. He's watched Sirius risk detention after detention, sneaking into the restricted section to steal books their professors would never approve. He's felt Peter push himself beyond his natural limits, determined to master magic that 4th-year students shouldn't even attempt. The guilt threatens to crush him sometimes. On the nights when one of them stumbles back to the dormitory with magical exhaustion written in every line of their body, when he sees the dark circles under their eyes from too many sleepless nights spent practicing in abandoned classrooms, he almost tells them to stop, almost releases them from the promise they made in their innocence before they understood what it would cost. But then he remembers what it felt like to spend 13 full moons alone, and he finds the strength to let them continue their impossible quest. Tonight is different though. Tonight, the air in the dormitory crackles with anticipation and terror in equal measure, because tonight they believe they're finally ready. After 2.5 years of theoretical study, careful practice and gradual transformation, tonight they plan to attempt their first complete animagus transformation under the full moon that rises in just a few hours.
Are you absolutely certain about this? Remus asks for what must be the 100th time, pacing the length of their dormitory with nervous energy that makes his friends exchange worried glances. Because if something goes wrong, if you get stuck mid-transformation or if the magic fails when you need it most,
then we'll figure it out together, James says firmly. Though Remus can see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands shake slightly as he checks his notes one more time. We've prepared for every contingency we can think of. We've practiced until we can transform individual body parts without conscious thought. We're as ready as we'll ever be. Besides, Sirius adds with a grin that doesn't quite hide his own nervousness, what's the point of being Gryffindors if we never take any risks? Our parents would be so disappointed. Speak for yourself, Peter mutters, but he's smiling too, the shy expression that's become more frequent as his confidence has grown over the years. My mum would probably faint if she knew what we were planning. Then she'd write a howler that could be heard in the next county. They're older now, 4th years with the kind of reputation that makes younger students whisper their names in the corridors and older students watch them with grudging respect. The pranks that started as harmless mischief have evolved into elaborate works of art that showcase magical skill far beyond their supposed year level. Their professors suspect them of everything and can prove nothing. leading to a constant state of amused frustration that has become as much a part of Hogwarts' routine as breakfast in the Great Hall. But none of that matters tonight. Tonight, they're just four friends preparing to attempt something that fully qualified wizards spend years learning to do safely. But when the castle finally settles into its evening routine and the corridors empty of all but the occasional patrol, they gather their supplies and make their way through passages they've memorized by heart. The Whomping Willow looms against the star-filled sky like a sleeping giant, its branches swaying gently in the autumn breeze that carries the promise of winter. The sun sets with agonizing slowness, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that seem to mock their anxiety. They force themselves to eat dinner in the Great Hall, maintaining the appearance of normalcy even as their stomachs clench with nerves. They attend their evening classes, taking notes and answering questions as if this night is no different from any other. James approaches the hidden knot with the confidence born of dozens of previous visits, pressing it with the tip of his wand until the great tree freezes into stillness. The passage beyond is narrow and damp, filled with the musty scent of earth and age, but it leads to Sanctuary, to the Shrieking Shack, where Remus has spent so many nights alone with his curse. The interior of the shack bears the scars of those solitary transformations. Wallpaper hangs in tattered strips, revealing the wooden boards beneath. Furniture lies in broken heaps, victims of claws and teeth that know no restraint. The floorboards are scarred with deep gouges that tell the story of a creature desperate to escape confinement. "It's time," Remus says quietly, as the first rays of moonlight begin to filter through the grimy windows. Already, he can feel the familiar ache beginning in his bones, the precursor to the agony that's coming. "You should transform now, before I lose the ability to recognize you." But tonight, they've prepared the space with care. Cushioning charms soften the hard surfaces. Healing potions wait within easy reach. Emergency portkeys lie ready to whisk any of them to safety if the unthinkable happens. James transforms first, his body stretching and reshaping itself with fluid grace. Where a nervous fourth year stood moments before, a magnificent stag now paws the ground, antlers gleaming silver in the moonlight. His dark eyes hold intelligence and love, the same warmth that has always defined James Potter in human form. His friends exchange one last look, a moment of silent communication that speaks of years spent learning each other's thoughts. Then, with the synchronization born of countless hours of practice, they begin to change. Sirius follows, his transformation as dramatic as everything else about him. The large black dog that emerges from the swirl of magic could be mistaken for a grim if not for the familiar mischief in his gray eyes. He's powerful and sleek, built for speed and loyalty, every inch the perfect companion for adventures both dangerous and joyful. Peter's transformation is more subtle but no less remarkable. The small rat that appears might seem insignificant compared to his friend's impressive forms, but Remus knows better. Peter has chosen something that can go anywhere, see everything, survive in spaces too small for larger creatures. In his own way, he's found the perfect form for their needs. And then the moon reaches its zenith, and Remus has no more time for marveling at his friend's accomplishments. The transformation takes him as it always has, bones breaking and reshaping, muscles tearing and rebuilding, human consciousness drowning beneath waves of animal instinct. But this time, as the wolf emerges snarling and disoriented in the ruins of the Shrieking Shack, it's not alone. The stag steps forward without fear, magnificent and calm, offering companionship where there has always been isolation. The dog pads closer with playful confidence, tail wagging an invitation. Even the small rat shows no terror, perched safely out of reach, but close enough to be part of the pack. For the first time in his life, the wolf is not a monster. It's simply another animal among friends, welcomed and accepted and loved. What follows is a night unlike any Remus has ever experienced. Instead of hurling himself against walls in desperate attempts to escape, the wolf explores the Scottish countryside under starlight, part of a pack that accepts him completely. They run through forests where moonlight turns everything silver, splash through streams that sing with the voice of autumn, discover hidden valleys where wild magic still lingers from the ancient world. The stag leads with natural authority, finding safe paths through terrain that could be treacherous in daylight. The dog runs beside the wolf with infectious joy, turning the hunt into play. The rat serves as scout and lookout, ensuring they avoid the few humans abroad on such a night. As dawn approaches and the moon begins to set, they make their way back to the shrieking shack. The wolf's strength is fading, the human consciousness beginning to reassert itself as the curse loosens its grip. But instead of waking alone and afraid as he has for so many years, Remus finds himself surrounded by friends who chose to share his burden. For hours, they are not students or friends or anything human. They are simply creatures of the night, bound together by something deeper than species or circumstance. They are a pack in the truest sense, united by loyalty that transcends the arbitrary divisions of the magical world. James kneels beside him as he shivers through the aftermath of transformation, wrapping him in a warm cloak and pressing a vial of healing potion to his lips. Sirius builds up the fire with magic, filling the damaged room with warmth and light. Peter tends to the minor cuts and scrapes that are inevitable after a night of running wild, his small hands gentle and sure. "How do you feel?" James asks softly, helping Remus sit up against the wall they've cushioned for exactly this purpose. Remus takes inventory of his body, expecting the usual catalogue of pain and exhaustion. But while he's tired, he's not damaged. While his muscles ache, they ache from exertion rather than self-inflicted wounds. For the first time in his life, he's emerged from a full moon transformation without serious injury. "Different," he admits, his voice hoarse but wondering. Like I wasn't fighting against myself all night. Like the wolf was part of me instead of something trying to destroy me." "That's because you weren't alone," Sirius says simply, settling cross-legged beside his friends with the casual intimacy they've all grown comfortable with over the years. The wolf wasn't trapped and isolated. It had a pack. "You really did it," Remus breathes, looking at each of his friends in turn. "You actually became an Animagi for me." They don't know that the names they've chosen for themselves, Prongs and Padfoot, and Wormtail and Mooney, will become legendary. They don't know that their greatest creation is still ahead of them, a map that will guide heroes through dangers they can't yet imagine. "For us," Peter corrects gently, "we're all part of this now. What affects one of us affects all of us." And as they sit together in the growing daylight, exhausted but triumphant, four friends who have just accomplished something that will be remembered long after they're gone. None of them fully understand what they've created. They don't know that their achievement will inspire future generations of Animagi, that their technique for pack bonding will be studied by researchers for decades to come. Because they've learned something that night that will define the rest of their lives and deaths and whatever comes after. They've learned that true friendship doesn't just endure transformation. As they make their way back through the passage beneath the Whomping Willow, supporting each other through exhaustion and elation, they're already planning their next full moon adventure, already imagining the places they'll explore, the secrets they'll discover, the joy they'll share. All they know is that they've kept their promise. They've proven that love can overcome any obstacle, that friendship can literally transform the impossible into the inevitable. They've shown that the bonds between souls run deeper than species, deeper than the arbitrary categories that divide the magical world. It creates it. And somewhere in the distance, as if the castle itself approves of what they've accomplished, Hogwarts' ancient bells chime the dawn of a new day, a day when four boys have become something more than human, not through dark magic or desperate ambition, but through the simple, powerful choice to love each other without reservation. The Marauders are no longer just a name they call themselves in jest. They've become something real, something magical, something that will echo through time itself. And their greatest adventures are still ahead of them. Their reputation has evolved from troublemakers to artists of chaos, creators of pranks so elaborate and technically sophisticated that even their victims sometimes applaud the ingenuity. The Whomping Willow incident that left Snape dangling upside down for 3 hours while spouting poetry about his own greasy hair. The time they turned the entire Great Hall into a tropical lagoon, complete with mermaids who sang operatic arias during breakfast. The legendary prank that convinced the entire school that the fat lady had eloped with the portrait of Sir Cadogan, leading to a week-long manhunt that ended with both portraits being discovered in what appeared to be a Hawaiian honeymoon suite. The years have been kind to the Marauders, though perhaps not to their professor's peace of mind. As fifth years, they've grown into themselves in ways that would have seemed impossible during those first nervous days in the Great Hall. James has shed most of his childhood arrogance, though he still preens whenever he catches sight of Lily Evans in the corridors. Sirius carries himself with the confidence of someone who has finally found his true family. his gray eyes bright with mischief that no longer holds the desperate edge of his younger years. Peter has blossomed under years of unconditional acceptance, his contributions to their schemes often the most crucial despite his quiet demeanor. And Remus, dear Remus, has learned to carry his burden with grace, secure in the knowledge that he need never face the darkness alone again. You know what this castle needs, Sirius says, abandoning all pretense of studying as he stretches out on the rug before the fireplace. A proper guide, something that shows you all the interesting bits, not just the boring official routes. But their masterpiece, the creation that will cement their legacy long after their school days end, begins with a simple observation on a crisp October evening as they sit by the fire in their common room, supposedly working on defense against the dark arts essays that are due tomorrow. The castle's bigger than anyone realizes, James agrees, looking up from his parchment where he's been doodling rather than writing about counter curses. We've been here almost 5 years and we're still finding new passages. Remember that one behind the mirror on the 3rd floor, led straight to the kitchens? And the staircase that only appears on Tuesdays, Peter adds, his own essay forgotten as he becomes animated by the discussion. The one that takes you to that tower room filled with old telescopes. The idea hangs in the air between them, growing more exciting with each moment of silence. They've spent 5 years learning this castle's secrets, 5 years developing their magical abilities far beyond what's expected of students their age. They've become Animagi, mastered spells that 7th years struggle with, created pranks that require theoretical knowledge most adult wizards don't possess. Imagine if we could map it all, Remus says thoughtfully, his academic mind already beginning to work through the possibilities. Not just the passages we've found, but everything. Secret rooms, hidden doors, shortcuts that could save hours of walking.
We could do it, James says suddenly, sitting up straighter as inspiration strikes. We could actually create a proper map of Hogwarts, not just the official floors and corridors, but everything, every secret, every passage, every room that's been forgotten by everyone except the castle itself.
That would take years, Remus protests, but his eyes are bright with interest. The amount of exploration required, the magical theory needed to create something that complex. We have years, Sirius points out with a grin. And when have we ever been afraid of complex magic? Think about it, Peter says, his voice growing more excited as the possibilities unfold. We could chart every inch of this place, make it so that future students never have to spend their first year getting lost trying to find their classrooms. It would be incredible, Remus admits, his resistance crumbling under the weight of his own curiosity. A complete magical map, updated in real time, showing not just the physical layout, but the people moving through it. Or future rule breakers never have to spend hours figuring out how to sneak out after curfew, James adds with the kind of smile that usually means detention for someone. Wait, Sirius says, his gray eyes lighting up with sudden inspiration. Not just people. What if we could make it show everyone? Students, professors, even Mrs. Norris. Imagine never having to worry about running into Filch during midnight adventures. The magical theory alone would be extraordinary, Remus says, already mentally cataloging the books they'll need to consult. We'd need to understand the castle's own magical signature, find a way to interface with Hogwarts' ancient enchantments without triggering the defensive systems. The common room around them seems to fade away as they lose themselves in planning. Other students come and go, working on their own assignments or heading up to bed. But the 4 friends remain clustered around the fire, their forgotten essays buried beneath hastily drawn sketches and scribbled notes. I could handle the charm work, James offers, his natural talent for magic finally finding a worthy outlet. Complex layering spells, the kind that build on themselves over time. And I know every rule we'd be breaking, Sirius adds cheerfully. Plus a few more that probably haven't been written yet. I can make sure we don't accidentally commit treason or anything. I could map the patterns, Peter suggests, his careful attention to detail finally receiving the recognition it deserves. Track which passages connect to which, figure out the logic behind the castle's layout. If there is any logic, they work until the fire burns low and the common room empties completely, their excitement growing with each new idea they add to their ever-expanding plans. This won't be just a map. It will be a masterpiece of magical engineering, a creation that combines their individual talents into something greater than the sum of its parts. There has to be, Remus insists, his scholarly instincts flaring to life. Hogwarts is over 1,000 years old. It's grown and changed, but there's always been intention behind the additions. We just need to understand what that intention was. We'll need to be careful, Remus warns, as they finally begin gathering their scattered papers. If the professors discover what we're doing before we're finished, they won't, James says with quiet confidence. We've gotten good at keeping secrets. And if they do find out, Sirius adds with a grin that holds just a hint of his old recklessness, we'll tell them it's a very ambitious defense against the Dark Arts Project, educational purposes only. No one's going to believe that, Peter points out, but he's smiling too. Then we'll have to make sure we don't get caught, James replies simply. All they know is that they've found a project worthy of their combined talents, something that will challenge them and unite them and push them to new heights of magical achievement. They've found their next great adventure, one that will take them deeper into Hogwarts secrets than any students have ever gone before. As they make their way up the stairs to their dormitory, arms full of notes and minds buzzing with possibilities, none of them realize they've just committed themselves to creating something that will outlive them all. They don't know that their map will one day guide Harry Potter through his darkest hours, that it will become a symbol of the power of friendship to overcome any obstacle. The work is exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. They push themselves harder than they ever have before, spending nights in the room of requirement working on theoretical problems that would challenge adult researchers. They argue over methodology and debate magical theory with the passion of scholars 3 times their age. The weeks that follow blur together in a haze of research and exploration. They spend their free periods in the library, consulting books on magical cartography and ancient enchantments. They use their Animagus forms to explore areas too dangerous or forbidden for human students, mapping passages that haven't seen visitors in decades. They discover rooms filled with broken furniture and forgotten treasures, corridors that exist only on certain days of the week, staircases that lead to places that shouldn't exist according to conventional understanding of space and time. Each discovery is carefully documented, added to their growing collection of sketches and measurements and magical readings. But they also laugh more than they have in years, united by a common purpose that brings out the best in each of them. James's natural leadership skills flourish as he coordinates their various efforts. Sirius's rebellious streak finds perfect expression in their systematic violation of school rules. Peter's methodical nature proves invaluable as he creates order from the chaos of their discoveries. And Remus's brilliant mind ties everything together, finding patterns and connections that none of them could see alone. Their professors notice the change in them, the new focus and intensity that replaces their previous casual approach to rule-breaking. McGonagall watches with barely concealed pride as James demonstrates advanced transfiguration techniques in class, clearly the result of extensive private study. Flitwick beams when Sirius produces charm work that would be impressive from a 7th year. Even Slughorn admits grudging respect for the sophisticated potion-making skills Peter displays when he thinks no one important is watching. But it's Dumbledore who sees the truth, or at least glimpses it. The headmaster's blue eyes twinkle with knowing amusement when he encounters them in corridors they have no business being in, when he notices the careful way they avoid certain topics in conversation, when he observes the new maturity in their friendship. He says nothing, but they all feel his awareness like a gentle weight on their shoulders. He knows they're up to something significant, something that challenges them in ways ordinary schoolwork never could. And perhaps in his infinite wisdom, he understands that some lessons can only be learned through the kind of ambitious folly that defines the very best students. As winter deepens and their project grows more complex, they realize they're creating something extraordinary, not just a map, but a living document that captures the very essence of Hogwarts itself, something that will serve future generations of students, rule breakers, and heroes yet to be born. They don't know that one of those heroes will share James's messy hair and his mother's eyes. They don't know that their creation will become a lifeline for a boy who needs to find his way through dangers they can't imagine. But perhaps in their hearts, they understand that the best creations are always gifts to the future. Acts of love disguised as mischief, legacies wrapped in laughter, magic that transcends the lives of its creators to touch souls not yet born. The discovery comes, as most life-changing revelations do, when they least expect it. It's a gray February morning in their 5th year, The kind of day when even the magical warmth of Hogwarts can't quite chase away the bone-deep chill that seems to seep through the ancient stones. They're in the Room of Requirement, which has configured itself as a cartographer's dream workshop, complete with enchanted quills that never run out of ink and measuring instruments that can calculate dimensions across magical space. The Marauders map is beginning to take shape, and with it, immortality of the only kind that truly matters, the immortality of love made manifest, friendship given form, and the unshakable belief that some bonds are stronger than death itself. The map has grown beyond anything they initially imagined. What started as a simple idea has evolved into a masterwork of magical engineering, a living document that pulses with its own awareness. The parchment itself is a work of art, created from materials they've gathered from every corner of the castle and infused with their own magic through months of careful preparation. It shows not just corridors and rooms, but the very heartbeat of Hogwarts itself. "Look at this," Peter says suddenly, his voice tight with excitement and something that might be fear. He's been working on the dungeon section, the most challenging part of their project, because of the way the castle's foundations blur the line between architecture and geology. There's something here that doesn't match any of the official castle plans. The others crowd around his section of the map, watching as his quill traces the outline of a chamber that appears to exist in the space between the potions classroom and the Slytherin common room. It's large, far larger than any room should be able to fit in that location, and it pulses with a different kind of magic than the rest of the castle. The map doesn't lie, James points out, though his own voice carries uncertainty. It shows what is, not what the official records say should be. "That's impossible," Remus says, but his academic skepticism wars with growing curiosity. "I've researched every architectural survey of Hogwarts going back 3 centuries. There's no record of a chamber in that location." "Maybe it's just a magical anomaly," Sirius suggests, but he doesn't sound convinced. "The castle's full of spaces that don't make sense. Remember the room that's only 3 feet wide but somehow fits a full-sized organ?" But Peter is shaking his head, his round face pale with concentration as he studies the magical readings his instruments are providing. "No, this is different. Look at the energy signatures. This isn't just an architectural quirk. There's something active in there, something that's been deliberately hidden." The revelation sends a chill through their little group that has nothing to do with the February weather. In 5 years of exploring Hogwarts, they've encountered plenty of secrets, but they've all been the harmless kind. Forgotten storage rooms, abandoned classrooms, passages that exist purely for the convenience of bygone generations. This feels different. This feels dangerous. "We have to investigate," James says, though his voice lacks its usual confidence. "We can't just leave a blank space on the map. If there's something there, we need to know what it is." "Tell them what?" Sirius interrupts. "That we've been systematically mapping every inch of the castle in violation of about 50 school rules? That we've created magical instruments capable of detecting hidden chambers? I'm sure that conversation would go brilliantly." "James," Remus says carefully, "maybe we should tell someone. Dumbledore or McGonagall, or..." They stare at the map in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The chamber pulses like a heartbeat, demanding attention they're not sure they want to give it. But they're 15 years old, and 15-year-olds have never been known for their caution, especially when those 15-year-olds are Gryffindors with a reputation for finding trouble. "This is a terrible idea," Remus says, but he's already reaching for his cloak. "We go tonight," James decides finally, "just to look. We don't touch anything, don't disturb anything. We just figure out what it is, and then decide what to do about it." "All our best ideas are terrible," Peter points out with a nervous laugh. The hours until nightfall crawl by with agonizing slowness. They attend their classes, complete their assignments, maintain the appearance of ordinary students going about their ordinary lives. But underneath the routine, tension builds like pressure behind a dam. Each of them finds excuses to study the chamber's location on the map, memorizing every detail of the approach routes they've identified. The entrance, when they find it, is so subtle they almost miss it entirely. A section of wall that looks identical to every other section, except that their magical instruments insist it's not really there at all. It takes all 4 of them working together, combining their different magical strengths to convince the illusion to part and reveal the passage beyond. When darkness finally falls and the castle settles into its evening rhythm, they make their way through corridors they could navigate blindfolded. The dungeons are always colder than the rest of the castle, but tonight they seem positively frigid, as if the very stones are warning them away from their destination. The corridor that stretches ahead of them is wrong in ways that make their eyes water to look at it directly. The perspective shifts and warps, suggesting distances that can't possibly fit within the castle's physical structure. The air itself feels thick, charged with magic so old and powerful it makes their skin crawl. "We should go back," Remus whispers, and for once his caution doesn't sound cowardly. It sounds like the desperate wisdom of someone who recognizes they're in over their heads. But they've come too far to turn back now, and the corridor is already drawing them forward with a compulsion that seems to bypass rational thought entirely. They move like sleepwalkers, their footsteps echoing strangely in the twisted space until they emerge into a chamber that defies every law of physics they thought they understood. The room is vast, far larger than the castle itself should be able to contain. The walls stretch up into darkness that their wand light can't penetrate, carved with symbols that hurt to look at and seem to shift when observed directly. But it's what fills the chamber that makes their blood run cold. Artifacts, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, arranged in careful displays that speak of curatorial obsession. Dark artifacts, they realize with growing horror. Objects that pulse with malevolent energy, that whisper promises of power at prices too terrible to imagine. Cursed items that belong in the deepest vaults of the Department of Mysteries, not hidden beneath a school where children sleep. Bloody hell, Sirius breathes, his usual irreverence replaced by genuine terror. What is all this? They move deeper into the chamber like moths drawn to flame, unable to resist the horrible fascination of what they're seeing. Each artifact tells a story of dark magic, of choices made by wizards who valued power over conscience. A mirror that shows your heart's desire but steals a year of life for every look. A quill that writes prophecies in blood drawn from whoever holds it. A music box that plays lullabies that drive listeners insane. Because someone's been collecting them, James realizes, his face pale in the wand light. Someone's been gathering dark artifacts for decades, maybe longer, storing them here where no one would think to look. "This shouldn't exist," Remus says, his voice shaking. "These things should have been destroyed centuries ago. Why would anyone keep them? Why would anyone bring them here?" "But who?" Peter asks, though his voice suggests he doesn't really want to know the answer. It's Sirius who notices the desk first, tucked away in an alcove that seems designed to be overlooked. The surface is covered with papers, correspondence that might hold the answers they're both desperate for and terrified to find. He approaches it with the kind of reckless courage that defines his character, though his hands shake as he reaches for the topmost letter. The question hangs in the air like a curse itself, unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. They're just students, children playing at being explorers, and they've stumbled into something far beyond their understanding. The chamber holds secrets that adults have died to protect or expose, magic that makes their own considerable abilities seem like parlor tricks. The handwriting is elegant, educated, completely unremarkable except for the content it conveys. Plans for distribution, coded references to buyers and sellers, mentions of the cause and necessary sacrifices that make the blood freeze in their veins. But it's the signature at the bottom that transforms their world from mysterious to actively dangerous. A name they recognize, a professor they pass in the corridors every day, who has taught their classmates, who has been trusted with the safety of children for years, someone who has been using their position at Hogwarts to coordinate the distribution of dark artifacts to the highest bidders, feeding weapons to the growing darkness that threatens the wizarding world. "We have to get out of here," Remus says, his academic composure finally cracking completely. "Now, before someone realizes we found this place." But even as they turn to flee, they hear the sound that transforms their discovery from dangerous to potentially fatal. Footsteps in the corridor beyond, approaching with the confidence of someone who belongs here. Adult voices speaking in low tones about inventory and shipments and the need to maintain discretion. They're trapped. The four friends exchange looks of pure terror, understanding that they've crossed a line they didn't even know existed. This isn't about detention or lost house points or angry letters home to their parents. This is about dark wizards and illegal artifacts and secrets that people kill to protect. The map, James whispers urgently, pulling the parchment from his robes with hands that shake so badly he nearly drops it. It has to show us another way out. They huddle together in the shadow of a particularly menacing-looking cauldron, watching the map's surface shimmer as it updates to show their current location. The chamber appears in perfect detail, along with the approaching figures that represent immediate danger to their lives and futures. But the map also shows something else. A second passage, so narrow and well hidden that they would never have found it without magical assistance. It leads up through the castle's foundations, emerging in the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, where they've conducted some of their most sensitive experiments. There, Peter breathes, pointing at the root with a finger that trembles despite his best efforts to remain calm. We can make it if we move now. The voices are getting closer, close enough that they can make out individual words. Discussions of buyers in Eastern Europe, complaints about the ministry's increased vigilance, casual mentions of consequences for anyone who might interfere with their operations, the kind of consequences that don't end with detentions. They move with desperate silence, every sense hyper-aware of the danger pressing close behind them. The hidden passage is even more disorienting than the main corridor, filled with magical distortions that make them question their own perceptions. But it leads away from the voices, away from the Chamber of Horrors, away from knowledge they're not equipped to handle. When they finally emerge in the familiar abandoned classroom, gasping and shaking with reaction, they're different people than they were when the evening began. They've seen behind the curtain that hides the wizarding world's darkest secrets. They've learned that Hogwarts, their sanctuary and second home, harbors dangers they never imagined. What do we do? Peter asks, his voice small and lost in the darkness. I don't know, James admits, and the confession costs him. He's always been the one with answers, the natural leader who guides them through every crisis. But this is beyond leadership or courage or any of the qualities that have defined their friendship. We can't tell anyone, Sirius says, though he sounds like he's trying to convince himself as much as his friends. Who would believe us? And if they did believe us, what happens then? We've seen what we've seen. We know what we know. That makes us dangerous to whoever's running that operation. No, James says slowly, his voice gaining strength as he works through the implications. We document everything, every detail we can remember, every name we saw, every artifact we recognized. We record it all, and we hide it somewhere safe. And if something happens to us, if we disappear or have accidents, at least there will be a record. So we just pretend it didn't happen, Remus asks, though his tone suggests he knows that's impossible. It's a sobering thought, the idea that their exploration of Hogwarts' secrets might have put them in genuine mortal danger. They're 15 years old, still children in so many ways, and they've stumbled into an adult world where the stakes are measured in lives rather than house points. But they're also Marauders, and Marauders don't abandon their friends or shirk their responsibilities, no matter how frightening the consequences might be. If they've uncovered a threat to the school they love, then they have an obligation to do something about it, even if that something is as simple as ensuring the truth survives their own potential destruction. They spend the rest of the night in that abandoned classroom, carefully documenting everything they remember from the hidden chamber. Names, descriptions, locations of specific artifacts, details of the correspondence they discovered. The map helps, showing them the chamber's exact dimensions and the routes they took through its terrible contents. Where do we hide it? Peter asks as they prepare to return to their dormitory before the other students wake. By dawn, they have created a record that would be devastating in the right hands. Evidence of a conspiracy that reaches into the highest levels of wizarding society. Proof of dark magic being trafficked through one of the world's most trusted institutions. Information that could save lives or end them, depending on who gains access to it. Not here, Remus says immediately. Not in the castle where whoever's running that operation might find it. It's a good solution, perhaps the only safe one available to them. They make their way through the pre-dawn darkness, using passages they've memorized through months of careful exploration. The whomping willow stands sentinel against the lightening sky, its branches swaying gently in the morning breeze that carries no hint of the horrors they've discovered. The shrieking shack, Sirius suggests. It's outside the castle grounds, but we can access it easily, and no one else ever goes there.
In the familiar surroundings of the shack where they've shared so many transformations, they create a hiding place that would take extraordinary measures to discover magical concealment charms layered over physical obfuscation, protected by passwords that only the four of them know. As they seal their evidence away, each of them understands that they've crossed a threshold they can never uncross. They know things now that make them dangerous to people with the power to destroy them. They've learned that even Hogwarts, their sanctuary and second home, harbors secrets dark enough to corrupt souls and end lives. But they've also learned something else, something that will define the rest of their lives and deaths and whatever comes after. They've learned that when faced with evil, even children have an obligation to bear witness, to remember, to ensure that the truth survives, no matter the cost to those who preserve it. The sun rises over a world that looks the same as it did yesterday, but feels fundamentally different. Four friends walk back toward the castle where they'll attend classes and complete assignments and maintain the appearance of ordinary students. But they carry with them knowledge that will shape every choice they make for the rest of their lives. They don't know that the dark artifacts they discovered are being gathered for a war that's already begun in shadows and whispers. They don't know that the conspiracy they've uncovered reaches all the way to a dark wizard whose name will soon strike terror into every wizarding heart. But they know enough to understand that their childhood is over, ended not by age or graduation, but by the simple, terrible act of seeing too much truth too soon. They're soldiers now in a war they didn't choose, guardians of secrets that could save or damn them all. And somewhere in the growing daylight, their map pulses with new purpose. No longer just a guide for midnight adventures, it's become a tool of resistance, a way to watch for dangers that threaten not just their own lives, but the lives of every student who calls Hogwarts home. The Marauders have found their true calling. Though they don't know it yet, they've become protectors of the light, keepers of secrets that must survive at any cost, even if that cost is everything they hold dear. The weeks following their discovery pass in a blur of careful normalcy and constant vigilance. They attend classes with the same enthusiasm they've always shown, complete their assignments with their usual mixture of brilliance and creative rule-bending, and maintain their reputation as Hogwarts' premier pranksters. But underneath the familiar routine, everything has changed. The map has become their lifeline, consulted obsessively for any sign that their discovery has been discovered. They track the movements of everyone who might pose a threat, memorizing patterns and noting deviations with the dedication of professional investigators. The playful creation that was meant to guide midnight adventures has transformed into a surveillance tool that might be the only thing keeping them alive. They've become watchers, students of human behavior in ways they never intended. Every professor is scrutinized for signs of involvement in the conspiracy they've uncovered. Every conversation is analyzed for hidden meanings. Every unexpected absence or late-night activity is noted and catalogued with the paranoid precision of children who have learned that the adults they trusted might be their enemies. But it's the isolation that weighs on them most heavily. The knowledge they carry is too dangerous to share, too explosive to trust to anyone outside their tight circle. They watch their classmates laugh and complain about ordinary problems, failed tests, unrequited crushes, Quidditch defeats, and feel the crushing weight of secrets that separate them from the innocence they've lost. "I keep thinking about that music box," Peter says one evening as they huddle around the fire in their common room, speaking in voices so low they can barely hear each other. The one that plays the lullabies. There were tiny handprints on the glass, like children had been touching it. The observation sends a chill through all of them. They've tried not to think too deeply about the implications of what they saw, but Peter's words forced them to confront the horrible truth. Those artifacts weren't just being stored, they were being tested. And if children's handprints were on objects designed to drive listeners insane, "We have to do something," James says, though his voice lacks its usual confidence. "We can't just sit here knowing what we know while students are being put at risk. Maybe being expelled would be better than being dead," Remus points out quietly, voicing the fear they've all been carrying. "If whoever's running that operation realizes we know about it, do what?" Sirius asks, frustration bleeding through his carefully maintained composure. "March into Dumbledore's office and announce that we've been systematically violating school rules to create an illegal map that led us to discover a secret chamber full of dark artifacts. Assuming he even believes us, we'd be expelled so fast our heads would spin." They fall silent,
each lost in contemplation of futures that might be much shorter than they'd planned. The fire crackles merrily in the grate, oblivious to the weight of their conversation, while around them their housemates go about their evening routines with the blessed ignorance of people whose biggest worry is tomorrow's transfiguration test. It's the sound of footsteps on the stairs that breaks their reverie, measured and deliberate in a way that immediately puts them on alert. But instead of danger, what emerges from the stairwell is Professor McGonagall, her usually stern expression softened by something that might be concern. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Pettigrew," she says formally, though her voice carries undertones they've never heard before. "A word, if you please." The common room falls silent, other students sensing the gravity of whatever's happening, even if they don't understand it. The four friends exchange glances that carry entire conversations. Fear, determination, resignation, and above all, loyalty that transcends their individual terror. They follow McGonagall through corridors they know better than anyone else in the castle, past classrooms where they've excelled and detention rooms where they've served their sentences with good humor. But tonight, the familiar route feels like a march to execution, each step taking them closer to consequences they're not prepared to face. McGonagall's office has always felt like a sanctuary, a place where stern justice was tempered by genuine care for her students' well-being. The fire burns warmly in the grate, casting dancing shadows on walls lined with books that speak of decades spent nurturing young minds. But tonight, the cozy space feels like an interrogation chamber, and the woman they've come to respect and love seems like a stranger whose true allegiances are suddenly in question. "Sit," she says simply, gesturing to chairs that appear with a wave of her wand. "And please, don't insult my intelligence by pretending you don't know why you're here." The words could be a compliment or a condemnation, and the careful neutrality of her tone gives them no clue which interpretation to choose. They wait in agonizing silence for her to continue, each imagining different versions of the disaster that's about to unfold. They sit in silence, four boys who have faced down werewolves and dark artifacts, but find themselves cowed by their transfiguration professor's penetrating stare. James opens his mouth to attempt some version of innocent confusion, but McGonagall's raised eyebrow stops him before he can voice the lie. "I have been teaching at this school for longer than you have been alive," she continues, her voice carrying the authority of someone who has seen everything and been surprised by nothing. "I have watched students come and go, witnessed their triumphs and failures, celebrated their successes and mourned their losses. In all that time, I have never encountered four students quite like you. Your academic achievements are impressive," McGonagall says, beginning to pace behind her desk with the restless energy of a caged predator. "Your magical abilities are extraordinary for students of your age. Your loyalty to each other is both admirable and occasionally deeply concerning. But it's your extracurricular activities that have brought you to my attention tonight." She pauses, her green eyes fixing each of them in turn with a gaze that seems to see straight through whatever defenses they've constructed. "Did you really think that 5 years of systematic exploration could go unnoticed? That the creation of unauthorized magical devices would escape detection? That your discovery of certain hidden locations would remain secret forever?" The words hit them like physical blows, confirming their worst fears while raising new questions about how much she actually knows. Have they been under surveillance all along? Are their teachers part of the conspiracy they uncovered? Is McGonagall herself involved in the dark artifact trafficking they discovered? "I am going to tell you something that may surprise you," she says, settling behind her desk with the deliberate movements of someone choosing their words very carefully. "I have known about your map project since you began it. I have been aware of your nighttime excursions, your unauthorized research, your increasingly sophisticated violation of school rules, and I have allowed it to continue because I believed you were learning lessons that could not be taught in any classroom." "Professor," James begins, but she cuts him off with a gesture that brooks no argument. The revelation lands like a thunderbolt, reshaping their understanding of everything they thought they knew. They've been operating under the assumption that they were master criminals, invisible and untouchable in their carefully planned rebellions. To learn that they've been observed, known, permitted to continue their activities, challenges their entire sense of reality. "I knew," McGonagall confirms, and for the first time since they entered her office, she smiles. "Did you think that 4 15-year-old boys, no matter how talented, could systematically explore every inch of this castle without the staff noticing? We have been watching you, protecting you, and occasionally cleaning up after you for years." You knew, Sirius asks, his voice small and uncertain in a way that reminds them all how young he really is beneath his rebellious exterior. Protecting us? Remus echoes, confusion evident in his voice. The pieces begin to fall into place with sickening clarity. The passages that were always clear when they needed them to be. The convenient absences of faculty members who might have caught them in sensitive areas. The way their most dangerous discoveries always seemed to occur when help was within reach, even if they hadn't realized it at the time. Of course, McGonagall says, as if the answer should be obvious. You have been placing yourselves in increasingly dangerous situations in pursuit of knowledge that few adult wizards could handle safely. Did you think we would simply allow you to stumble blindly into hazards that could destroy you? The hidden chamber, Peter says suddenly, understanding flooding his features. You knew about that too. McGonagall's expression grows grave, the motherly warmth replaced by something harder and more dangerous. We have known about that particular problem for some time. What we did not know was how to address it without tipping our hand to the individuals involved. Your discovery, while terrifying for all concerned, has provided us with the evidence we needed to take action. Evidence? James asks, though part of him already knows the answer. You documented everything, McGonagall says simply. Your academic training, your attention to detail, your paranoid certainty that you might not survive the knowledge you'd gained. You created a comprehensive record of criminal activity that spans decades, Mr. Potter. Evidence that will bring down a network of dark artifact smugglers that has been operating under our noses for far too long. The weight of her words settles over them like a blanket, bringing relief and terror in equal measure. They're not alone with their dangerous knowledge. They're not children fumbling blindly through an adult world of shadows and violence. They're junior partners in something larger than themselves, students whose accidental investigation has contributed to a cause they're only beginning to understand. So what happens now? Sirius asks, and for once his question lacks any trace of his usual irreverence. Now, McGonagall says, her smile returning with genuine warmth. You continue being students. You attend your classes, complete your assignments, and pretend that your greatest concern is whether you'll pass your OWLs. You do not speak of what you've learned to anyone outside this room. You do not attempt any further investigation on your own, and you trust that the adults in your life are finally taking appropriate action. That's it, Peter asks, clearly expecting consequences more severe than a return to ordinary school life. The suggestion hangs in the air like an offer of legitimacy they never dared hope for. Their illegal project, their violation of dozens of school rules, their systematic invasion of the castle's privacy, all of it transformed from criminal mischief into academic achievement worthy of professional recognition. That's it, McGonagall confirms. Though I should mention that your map project, while unauthorized, represents some of the most sophisticated magical work I have seen from students at any level. Professor Dumbledore is particularly impressed with your integration of real-time tracking charms with architectural divination. He has asked me to inquire whether you might be interested in submitting your work for consideration by the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, who are always seeking new ways to navigate dangerous magical environments. Our map could actually help people, Remus asks, wonder evident in his voice. Your map could save lives, McGonagall corrects gently. The ability to track individuals in real time through complex magical environments could revolutionize rescue operations, law enforcement investigations, even everyday navigation through places like the Ministry's more labyrinthine departments. They sit in stunned silence, trying to process the idea that their creation might have value beyond their own entertainment. The map that began as a tool for avoiding detention has become something that could protect people, serve causes greater than teenage rebellion, contribute to the larger magical community in ways they never imagined. There is one condition, McGonagall adds, her tone growing serious again. Your work must remain absolutely secret until the current investigation is complete. The individuals involved in the artifact smuggling operation cannot know that we possess the evidence you gathered. Your safety and the safety of other students depends on maintaining the illusion that nothing has changed. We understand, James says, speaking for all of them with the authority of someone who has learned to bear responsibility beyond his years. I hope you do, McGonagall replies, her green eyes reflecting concern that goes beyond professional duty. You have involved yourselves in something far more dangerous than schoolboy pranks, whether you intended to or not. The people you've helped expose are not merely criminals. They are individuals who serve causes that would see the wizarding world burn if it served their purposes. They will not hesitate to harm children if they believe those children pose a threat to their operations. The warning sends a chill through all of them. A reminder that their newfound legitimacy comes with prices they're only beginning to understand. They're no longer just students who happen to break rules. They're witnesses in a case that could determine the future of their world. However, McGonagall continues, her voice softening again, you are not alone in this. You have never been alone. Though I understand why it might have felt that way. This school protects its own, Mr. Potter. We always have, and we always will. The staff has been watching over you since your first year, not because we suspected you of wrongdoing, but because we recognized that you were destined for something extraordinary. Even the pranks, Sirius asks, unable to resist the question despite the gravity of their situation. McGonagall's lips twitch with what might be suppressed laughter, especially the pranks, Mr. Black. Do you really think 4 students could transform the Great Hall into a tropical lagoon without someone noticing the massive amounts of magical energy required? We allowed your activities because they demonstrated creativity, teamwork, and magical skill that suggested you would one day contribute something significant to our world. Professor Dumbledore stands in the entrance to McGonagall's office, his blue eyes twinkling with the kind of amusement that suggests he's been listening to their entire conversation. His usual flowing robes have been replaced by more practical traveling clothes, and there's something about his posture that speaks of recent action, of plans set in motion and tasks completed. And because they were bloody brilliant comes a familiar voice from the doorway, causing all of them to spin around in surprise. Headmaster, McGonagall says, rising from her chair with evident relief. Is it finished? It is finished, Dumbledore confirms, settling into a chair that appears for him with the casual magic that surrounds everything he does. The network has been dismantled, the artifact secured, and the individuals responsible are now in the custody of the appropriate authorities. The danger to our students has passed. The words wash over them like a benediction, releasing tension they didn't realize they were carrying. The threat that has haunted their dreams for weeks is gone, ended not by their own fumbling efforts, but by the competent actions of adults who actually knew what they were doing. All of them? James asks, needing confirmation that their ordeal is truly over. All of them, Dumbledore assures him, including individuals whose involvement would have surprised you, I think. The corruption ran deeper than any of us suspected, which makes your discovery all the more valuable. You have helped save lives, my dear boys, more lives than you will ever know. He leans forward in his chair, his ancient eyes focusing on each of them in turn with an intensity that makes them feel simultaneously exposed and protected. But more than that, you have demonstrated qualities that will serve you well in the challenges ahead. Courage in the face of danger, loyalty that transcends personal safety, the wisdom to document truth even when that truth is terrifying. These are not common virtues, especially in one so young. Challenges ahead? Remus asks, though his tone suggests he might not want to know the answer. Dumbledore's expression grows grave, the twinkle fading from his eyes as he considers his words carefully. The wizarding world is changing, Mr. Lupin. Forces are at work that seek to divide us, to turn friend against friend and neighbor against neighbor. The network you helped expose was merely a symptom of a larger disease, one that will require all of our vigilance to combat. The weight of prophecy hangs in his words. Speaking of futures, none of them are prepared to face. They're 15 years old, still children in so many ways, but the adult world has reached out to claim them, whether they're ready or not. What we discovered tonight, Peter says slowly. It's connected to something bigger, isn't it? Our map, Sirius says suddenly. Can we keep working on it? Much bigger, Dumbledore confirms. But that is a conversation for another time, when you are older and the world has need of the gifts you are developing. For now, you must focus on being students, learn everything you can, strengthen the bonds between you, prepare yourselves for whatever may come, while still allowing yourselves to be young. You must keep working on it, McGonagall interjects firmly. Your creation has already proven its value in ways you cannot imagine. But you must also expand your studies, broaden your knowledge, develop skills that may serve you in situations we cannot foresee. The name catches their attention, spoken so casually that it takes a moment to register. Marauder's map, James echoes. Dumbledore nods agreement, his eyes regaining some of their characteristic warmth. The Marauders map will become something legendary. I suspect that its creators must become legendary as well, in their own ways and for their own reasons. Is that not what you call it? Dumbledore asks with innocent curiosity that doesn't fool any of them for a moment. I was under the impression that you had chosen names for yourselves. Prongs, Padfoot, Mooney, and Wormtail. Rather creative monikers, I thought. The realization that their most private secrets are known, catalogued, and apparently approved by the highest authorities in the school should be terrifying. Instead, it feels like vindication, like official recognition of bonds they forged in darkness and tested in danger.
You know about the Animagus transformations too,
Remus says. And it's not a question. The revelation is the final piece of a puzzle they didn't even know they were solving. Every risk they thought they were taking, every danger they believed they were facing, every moment of terror and triumph, all of it has been observed, protected, guided by adults who cared enough to let them find their own way while ensuring they survived the journey. My dear boy, Dumbledore says gently, did you really think 3 students could achieve unregistered Animagus status without the headmaster's knowledge? I have been ensuring your safety during those transformations since your first attempt. The wards around the Shrieking Shack, the protective enchantments that keep you from wandering too far from safety, the healing magic that ensures you emerge from each full moon stronger rather than weaker. Did you think those were natural phenomena? You've been taking care of us all along, Peter says, wonder evident in his voice. As they prepare to leave McGonagall's office to return to their dormitory and the illusion of ordinary student life, Dumbledore's voice stops them at the door. We have been giving you room to grow, McGonagall corrects. There is a difference. You have earned every achievement, faced every challenge with your own courage, forged your bonds through your own choices. We have simply ensured that your mistakes were not fatal and your successes were not ignored. Remember, he says, his tone carrying the weight of prophecy and promise, the magic you have created together, your friendship, your loyalty, your willingness to sacrifice for each other, that magic is more powerful than anything you will learn in any classroom. Nurture it, protect it, let it guide you through whatever darkness may come. But more than that, they've learned something that will define the rest of their lives. They are not alone. They have never been alone. The bonds they've forged, the magic they've created together, the love that drives them to impossible acts of loyalty, all of it is seen, known, valued by forces greater than themselves. In their dormitory, as they settle into beds that feel both familiar and strange after everything that's changed, they finally allow themselves to truly relax for the first time in weeks. The immediate danger has passed. The adults they trust have taken control of the situation. Their fears have been acknowledged, their contributions recognized, their futures secured. They walk back through corridors that look the same as they always have but feel fundamentally different. They're no longer just students breaking rules for entertainment. They're junior members of something larger, protectors in training, young people whose childhood has ended not with age but with the recognition that they have roles to play in shaping their world's future. The Marauders are no longer just a name they call themselves in jest. They've become something real, something recognized, something that will echo through history long after their individual stories end. And somewhere in the gentle rhythm of their breathing as sleep finally claims them, the promise of tomorrow whispers its secrets. Adventures yet to come, challenges that will test everything they've learned, and above all, the unshakable certainty that whatever the future holds, they will face it together. The real magic has only just begun. Peter returns to his family's modest home with new confidence that transforms his relationship with parents who had always worried their son wasn't quite magical enough for the wizarding world. His contributions to the Marauders' legendary exploits, carefully edited for parental consumption, finally give them reason to boast about their extraordinary child. And Remus, dear Remus, spends his summer helping his father with research that has taken on new urgency as reports of strange attacks begin filtering through the Daily Prophet. The summer between 5th and 6th year passes in a haze of carefully maintained normalcy that feels anything but normal. James spends weeks at the Potter family estate, helping his father with what are carefully described as consulting projects for the ministry, work that involves defensive enchantments and protective wards that no 15-year-old should need to understand.
Sirius divides his time between Grimmauld Place, where the tension with his family has reached a breaking point that threatens to shatter completely, and extended visits with the Potters that feel more like sanctuary than social calls. They correspond regularly through owls that carry letters written in code they developed during their map project, sharing observations and concerns about the changes they see in the world around them. The adults in their lives are more tense, more watchful, more likely to end conversations abruptly when children enter the room. The wireless carries news of disappearances and accidents that happen too frequently to be coincidental. The very air seems charged with anticipation of something terrible approaching. When they return to Hogwarts for their 6th year, they're different people than they were when they left. The boys who boarded the train at King's Cross carry themselves with new gravity, their easy laughter tempered by awareness of dangers that extend far beyond the castle walls. They've grown taller, their voices have settled into adult registers, but more than that, they've grown into the roles thrust upon them by circumstances they never chose. The castle welcomes them with its familiar warmth, but even Hogwarts feels changed. Security measures that were once invisible have become obvious to eyes trained to notice such things. Professor McGonagall's lessons now include practical applications of defensive magic that go far beyond the theoretical knowledge expected of 6th-year students. Even their beloved Marauders map reveals new details, patrol routes that didn't exist before, restricted areas that have been expanded, magical signatures that suggest preparations for siege conditions. It's during their first weekend back, as they explore passages they haven't seen in months, that they notice the changes in the surrounding area. The village of Hogsmeade, which has always been their refuge from school routine, shows signs of stress that mirror the larger wizarding world. Shops close earlier than they used to. Residents move with the quick, nervous energy of people who have learned not to linger in open spaces. The very atmosphere carries a tension that makes their skin crawl. It's like they're waiting for something, Sirius observes as they watch the village from their vantage point in the Shrieking Shack. Using omnioculars, James received as an early birthday present to study the patterns of movement below. They are waiting for something, Remus says quietly, his voice carrying the weight of conversations he's had with his father over the summer. The question is whether it's going to find them first, or whether they'll be ready when it does. The answer comes sooner than any of them expect. On a crisp October evening, when the map reveals something that makes their blood run cold. Dots moving through the forest around Hogwarts in patterns that speak of coordination and hostile intent. Adult wizards where no adult wizards should be, approaching the castle with the stealth of people who mean harm to everyone inside. We have to warn someone, Peter says immediately, but James is already shaking his head. The village, Remus realizes with growing horror. They're not after the castle, they're after Hogsmeade. Look at the timing, he says, pointing to the map's chronometer charm. It's exactly when the professors hold their weekly staff meeting. They're all in Dumbledore's office, probably warded against interruption. By the time we could get word to them, we don't fight them. James agrees, his mind already working through possibilities their years of planning, pranks have prepared them for. We evacuate the village, use the passages we know, the routes they don't expect, get people to safety before the attack begins. The revelation transforms their comfortable world of school concerns into something far more immediate and dangerous. These aren't theoretical threats or abstract dangers they've read about in the Daily Prophet. These are people with dark intentions moving through territory they know better than anyone else alive, preparing to attack innocent civilians who have no idea what's coming for them. We can't fight them, Sirius says, though his voice carries frustration rather than fear. 4 16-year-old students against a coordinated attack by adult dark wizards? We'd be slaughtered. That's insane, Peter points out, though he's already reaching for his cloak. We're talking about moving hundreds of people through secret tunnels and hidden passages, coordinating an evacuation while staying ahead of hostile forces who won't hesitate to kill anyone who gets in their way. What follows is the most terrifying and exhilarating night of their lives, a desperate race against time that tests every skill they've developed over 6 years of friendship and mischief. They split up for the first time in memory, each taking responsibility for different sections of the village, using their animagus forms to move unseen through shadows that hide both salvation and destruction. Then we better be very good at not getting in their way, Remus says simply, and the quiet determination in his voice reminds them all why he's the tactical genius of their group. Sirius, as Padfoot races through the commercial district where pub patrons and shop owners are going about their evening routines, his bark carrying tones that somehow convey desperate urgency to people who have never learned to speak dog. When human form is required for explanation, he appears with the kind of authority that makes adults listen to a 16-year-old boy as if he were a seasoned aura. James in his stag form bounds through the residential areas where families are settling down for quiet evenings, his antlers tapping against windows in patterns that spell out urgent warnings in the code they developed for their map work. Doors open to reveal confused faces that quickly shift to alarm as he transforms back into human form and explains the situation in urgent whispers that brook no argument. Peter, in his rat form, infiltrates buildings through spaces too small for human entry, gnawing through ropes that secure windows, manipulating latches that lock doors, creating escape routes that didn't exist moments before. His small size, once a source of insecurity, becomes the key to their success as he enables evacuations that would otherwise be impossible. And Remus, coordinating everything from their command post in the Shrieking Shack, uses the map to track both the approaching threats and the fleeing civilians, calling out warnings and directions through magical communication charms that keep their desperate operation synchronized. The evacuation they orchestrate is a masterpiece of logistics and courage that would be impressive from trained professionals, let alone teenagers who learned their skills through pranks and mischief. Families pour into passages they never knew existed, following routes that lead to safety through ancient tunnels that predate the village itself. Shop owners abandon their livelihoods without hesitation, trusting 16-year-old boys who speak with authority earned through years of exploring every inch of the surrounding territory. But it's the elderly residents who present the greatest challenge and the greatest reward. Men and women who remember the last time dark wizards threatened their community, who recognize the signs their younger neighbors miss, who understand exactly what the Marauders are saving them from. "Bless you, child," whispers Mrs. McGillicuddy, who runs the post office and has always slipped them extra sweets when they visit Hogsmeade. "I remember your grandfather, James Potter. He had the same look in his eyes when trouble was coming." The comment lands like a physical blow, connecting their desperate nighttime heroics to family legacies they're only beginning to understand. But there's no time to process the implications, no opportunity to ask the questions that are suddenly burning in their hearts. The attack is beginning, and their work is far from finished. They watch from hidden vantage points as dark-robed figures emerge from the forest like nightmares made manifest, moving through a village that should be full of victims but has been emptied by 4 teenagers who refuse to let evil triumph through inaction. The attackers find nothing but empty buildings and frustrated rage, their carefully planned assault reduced to meaningless vandalism by children who understood the value of preparation and quick thinking. "Look," Peter breathes, pointing toward the castle where lights are beginning to appear in windows as the staff realizes what's happening. Help's coming. Indeed, the familiar figures of their professors are already moving toward the village with the swift efficiency of people who have prepared for exactly this scenario. McGonagall leads a group of aurors who must have been stationed at the castle in anticipation of such an attack. Dumbledore himself appears at the head of a formation that speaks of military precision rather than academic authority. The battle that follows is brief but devastating. Adult wizards clashing with forces that represent everything they've dedicated their lives to opposing. But it's a battle fought over empty streets and abandoned buildings rather than the civilian massacre that was clearly intended. The attackers retreat as quickly as they arrived. Their mission failed not through superior force but through the simple fact that their targets were no longer there to be destroyed. In the aftermath, as dawn breaks over a village that stands empty but undamaged, the 4 friends find themselves facing questions they never expected to answer. How did they know the attack was coming? How did they coordinate such a comprehensive evacuation? How did 4 students accomplish something that should have required trained professionals with resources they didn't possess? "Remarkable lucky guess," the Auror observes dryly, but his eyes hold respect rather than suspicion. The kind of lucky guess that saves lives. "Jolly lucky guess," James tells the Auror who interviews them, his tone carrying just enough teenage arrogance to be believable. "We were out after curfew. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, and saw something that didn't look right. Figured it was better to be safe than sorry." What they don't mention, what they can never mention, is the map that made their success possible. The creation that allowed them to track both threats and civilians in real time, coordinate movements across multiple locations, and maintain awareness of rapidly changing situations that would have overwhelmed any conventional response. What they also don't mention is the way the village residents looked at them during the evacuation.
not as children to be protected, but as protectors to be trusted. People who recognized something in their bearing, their competence, their willingness to risk everything for strangers who meant nothing to them beyond shared humanity. You boys did something extraordinary tonight. Dumbledore tells them privately, after the official interviews are complete, something that will be remembered long after the details fade from memory. The words carry weight that transforms their understanding of what happened during those desperate hours. They weren't just evacuating civilians, they were proving that resistance is possible, that evil can be thwarted by courage and quick thinking, that the bonds between people who care about each other are stronger than the forces that seek to divide them. You did far more than that, Dumbledore corrects gently. You demonstrated that heroism is not about power or authority or official sanction. It's about ordinary people making extraordinary choices when those choices matter most. You reminded an entire community that they are not helpless, that there are those who will stand between them and darkness without thought of reward or recognition. We just helped people get to safety, Sirius says, though his voice carries awareness that they've crossed another threshold they can never uncross. In the days that follow, as the village returns to something resembling normal life, they notice changes that speak of hope rather than fear. Residents who had been isolated by suspicion and worry begin talking to each other again. Shop owners coordinate security measures that rely on community cooperation rather than individual paranoia. Children play in streets that had been empty for weeks, their laughter a defiant reminder that joy persists even in the darkest times. We did that, Peter says one evening as they watch from their window in Gryffindor Tower, his voice filled with wonder at the transformation below. We gave them back their home. We showed them they could save themselves. Remus corrects. All we did was provide the initial push. But they know it's more than that. They've learned something about the nature of protection, about the way courage spreads from person to person like a contagion that heals rather than harms. They've discovered that heroism isn't about dramatic gestures or spectacular magic. It's about choosing to act when action is needed, regardless of the personal cost. Most importantly, they've understood that their friendship, their loyalty to each other, has become something larger than themselves. The bonds they forged in childhood have evolved into a force that can literally save lives, change communities, offer hope to people who had forgotten what hope felt like. As winter settles over Hogwarts and the village below, they continue their studies with new purpose. The map project expands to include defensive applications they never considered before. Their pranks take on subtle elements of training, preparing them for situations where quick thinking and creative problem-solving might mean the difference between life and death. They don't know that the attack on Hogsmeade was just the beginning, the first move in a war that will consume their entire generation. They don't know that the skills they're developing, the bonds they're strengthening, the reputation they're building will become crucial weapons in battles they can't yet imagine. But they know enough to understand that their childhood is truly over now. Ended not by age but by the recognition that they have responsibilities they cannot abandon. They're no longer just the Marauders, legendary pranksters whose exploits entertain their classmates. They've become something more serious, more necessary, more dangerous to the forces that threaten everything they hold dear. But more than that, they've begun to see themselves as part of something larger than teenage rebellion or academic achievement. They're guardians in training, protectors of a community that extends far beyond the castle walls, young people whose destiny is tied to the preservation of everything good and bright in their world. The village sleeps peacefully below, its residents secure in the knowledge that someone is watching over them. 4 teenagers who chose to stand between innocence and evil, who risked everything for people they barely knew, who proved that love is indeed the most powerful magic in any world. And in the quiet moments between classes and adventures, when they catch each other's eyes across the Great Hall or share knowing looks during particularly tedious lectures, they understand that they've found their true calling, not as students or rule breakers or even as friends, but as protectors of the light that refuses to be extinguished no matter how deep the darkness grows. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new threats, new opportunities to prove that courage and loyalty can triumph over any adversity. But tonight, they rest in the satisfaction of knowing they've made a difference, they've saved lives, they've given hope to people who desperately needed reasons to believe in tomorrow. The Marauders have found their true purpose, and their greatest adventures are still ahead of them. The months following the Hogsmeade evacuation pass in a strange state of heightened normalcy, where every ordinary day feels borrowed against an uncertain future. The four friends throw themselves into their studies with new intensity, but it's not the academic achievement their professors celebrate that drives them. It's the knowledge that every spell they master, every piece of magical theory they absorb, every skill they develop might one day mean the difference between life and death, not just for themselves but for the people they've sworn to protect. Their reputation has evolved in subtle ways that they're only beginning to understand. Younger students seek them out, not just for help with pranks or rule breaking, but for advice about family members who've gone missing, for reassurance about rumors that filter through the castle like poison, for the kind of comfort that comes from knowing there are older students who will actually listen to their fears. The staff treats them with a respect that goes beyond their academic achievements, the kind of recognition reserved for young people who have proven themselves capable of extraordinary things. But it's the letters from home that truly reveal how much their world has changed. James's parents write with barely concealed pride about consulting work that keeps them away from home for weeks at a time, work that involves the kind of dangerous assignments the ministry doesn't acknowledge publicly. Sirius's communications become increasingly sporadic as the gulf between him and his family widens into an unbridgeable chasm, his letters carrying the desperate edge of someone who knows he's burning bridges he can never rebuild. Peter's family correspondence grows more frequent and more worried, his parents finally understanding that their son's Hogwarts education has prepared him for realities they never imagined. And Remus's father writes with the clinical detachment of a researcher who has discovered that his life's work studying dangerous magical creatures has become grimly relevant to current events, his academic expertise suddenly in desperate demand by authorities who once dismissed his warnings. It's during a particularly bitter February evening, as they work on advanced applications for their map in the room of requirement, that their carefully maintained sense of security finally shatters completely. The magical device they've been developing to detect hostile intent within the castle begins registering signatures that make their blood run cold. Adult wizards moving through Hogwarts itself with patterns that speak of reconnaissance rather than legitimate business. That's impossible, Remus says, staring at the readings with the kind of academic denial that precedes acceptance of terrible truths. The castle's defenses, the wards, the security measures we know are in place. No one should be able to infiltrate Hogwarts without triggering every alarm from here to the ministry. The implication hangs in the air like a curse, reshaping their understanding of safety and trust in ways that make their previous discoveries seem almost innocent. If hostile forces have penetrated Hogwarts not through stealth but through legitimate access, then their sanctuary has become a trap, their refuge transformed into enemy territory where any adult might be a threat. Unless they're not infiltrating, James realizes with growing horror, unless they're supposed to be here. We need to know who, Sirius says, his voice carrying the dangerous edge that appears when his protective instincts override his common sense. We need to identify exactly who's working against us before... He's interrupted by a sound that makes them all freeze in terror. Footsteps in the corridor outside, moving with the deliberate pace of someone who knows exactly where they're going and what they expect to find. The room of requirement is supposed to be undetectable when they're using it for sensitive work, protected by concealment charms they've layered over months of careful preparation. For someone to approach their location so directly suggests knowledge they shouldn't possess. They extinguish their lights with practiced silence, weapons drawn and hearts hammering as they prepare for confrontation they've trained for but hoped never to face. The footsteps stop directly outside their hidden entrance, and they can hear low voices discussing something in tones too quiet to make out individual words. Certain they're in there. Can't be sure without verification. Orders were quite specific about avoiding direct. The conversation cuts off abruptly, replaced by the kind of silence that suggests people who know they're being overheard. Then, to their complete astonishment, comes a gentle knock on the door that shouldn't exist, followed by a voice they recognize with relief so profound it makes them dizzy. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Pettigrew, comes Professor McGonagall's familiar Scottish accent, though it carries undertones of urgency they've never heard before. A word, if you please, and quickly. They emerge from their hiding place like rabbits from a burrow, blinking in the corridor's torchlight to find their transfiguration professor accompanied by two adults they don't recognize, a witch and wizard whose bearing suggests Auror training and whose expressions speak of people dealing with emergencies that brook no delay. "Pack your things," McGonagall says without preamble, her usual formal demeanor replaced by the brisk efficiency of someone operating under extreme time pressure. "Essential items only. We're evacuating you from the castle within the hour." "Evacuating?" James echoes, confusion warring with growing fear. "Professor, what's happening?" "What's happening," comes a new voice from the shadows, "is that your previous heroics have attracted attention from quarters that would prefer you hadn't interfered with their operations." The speaker emerges into the light with the fluid grace of someone comfortable with violence, and they recognize him immediately despite never having met him before. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Senior Aura, the kind of wizard whose reputation precedes him into any room. His presence at Hogwarts combined with the evacuation order can only mean one thing. "They know it was us," Peter says quietly, voicing the fear they've all been carrying since that October night in Hogsmeade. "The people behind the attack. They've figured out who organized the evacuation." "Among other things," Shacklebolt confirms grimly, "your names have appeared on intercepted communications, Mr. Pettigrew. Communications that suggest certain parties view 4 Hogwarts students as obstacles that need to be removed from the equation permanently." "Where are you taking us?" Sirius asks, and his voice carries the kind of desperation that comes from understanding that this evacuation might be permanent, that they might never see Hogwarts again. The words land like physical blows, transforming their world from uncertain to actively lethal in the space of a single sentence. They're not just witnesses to dangerous events anymore, they're targets, young people whose lives have been marked for destruction by forces that view their continued existence as unacceptable threats to larger plans. "Somewhere safe," McGonagall says, though her tone suggests she's not entirely convinced such a place exists. "Somewhere the people hunting you won't think to look. At least not immediately." What follows is a night that will haunt their dreams for years to come. A desperate flight through passages they know better than anyone else but which now feel like escape routes rather than adventure paths. They move through Hogwarts one last time, gathering possessions that might matter if they never return, saying goodbye to a place that has been their home for 6 years without being able to acknowledge what the farewell might mean. The Marauders map comes with them, naturally, along with research notes and theoretical work that represent years of collaborative effort, but they also pack things that speak to who they are beneath their reputation. James's collection of letters from his parents, Sirius's carefully maintained photographs of happier times, Remus's extensive library of books that have nothing to do with magic, Peter's pressed flowers from every summer holiday since first year. They leave through the same passages they used during the Hogsmeade evacuation, but this time, they're the ones being evacuated, protected rather than protecting. Children whose attempts to act like adults have finally attracted adult consequences they're not equipped to handle. The irony isn't lost on any of them, though none of them voice the observation aloud. "How long do we have to stay here?" Remus asks, as they settle into accommodations that are comfortable but clearly temporary, designed for people whose presence is meant to be brief and undetectable. The safe house they're taken to exists in a state of controlled paranoia that makes their previous security concerns seem quaint. Located in a rural area so remote it doesn't appear on any map, magical or muggle, it's protected by wards that would challenge a team of curse breakers and monitored by detection systems that register every magical signature within a 5-mile radius. "As long as it takes," Shacklebolt replies, though his expression suggests he's not optimistic about the timeline. "We're working to neutralize the threats against you, but these things take time. The people who want you dead are patient, well-funded, and extremely motivated. Rushing could get you killed just as surely as doing nothing." They continue their studies through correspondence courses and advanced texts provided by their professors, but academic work feels meaningless when they don't know if they'll live to take their NEWTs. They work on their map and other magical projects, but innovation seems pointless when they're not sure they'll ever have the freedom to use their creations. The weeks that follow test their friendship in ways that 6 years of shared adventures never prepared them for. Confined to a space that feels increasingly like a prison, cut off from the world they know and the people they care about, they struggle with cabin fever and growing desperation that threatens to tear apart bonds that have survived everything else. Worst of all, they receive news from the outside world in carefully edited reports that raise more questions than they answer. Attacks on locations they've never heard of, disappearances of people whose names mean nothing to them, strategic victories and defeats in a war that's being fought in shadows while they hide in safety they never asked for. We should be finishing our education, McGonagall corrects firmly during one of her weekly visits to check on their progress. You are 16 years old, Mr. Potter. Extraordinarily capable 16-year-olds, but children nonetheless. The war will still be there when you're old enough to fight it properly. We should be out there, James says one evening, as they listen to a wireless broadcast that mentions more casualties without providing any useful details. We should be fighting, not hiding in this bloody safe house while other people die protecting us. Will we be? Sirius asks quietly, voicing the fear they all carry. Still be there. I mean, this can't last forever. Eventually they'll find us, or we'll make a mistake, or someone will decide we're more trouble than we're worth. The question hangs unanswered because there is no good answer, no reassurance that doesn't sound hollow in the face of their circumstances. They're living on borrowed time in borrowed safety, and everyone involved knows it. It's during their 3rd month of confinement that the breakthrough finally comes, delivered by Dumbledore himself during an unscheduled visit that finds them playing wizard's chess with the desperate intensity of people who have exhausted every other form of entertainment. Gentlemen, he says, settling into a chair that appears for him with his characteristic disregard for conventional furniture arrangements, I bring news that I believe you will find encouraging. His blue eyes hold the kind of twinkle they remember from happier times, and something in his manner suggests that their long imprisonment is finally approaching its end. The individuals who mocked you for elimination have been apprehended, Dumbledore continues, his voice carrying satisfaction that speaks of justice finally served. The network they represented has been dismantled, and the immediate threat to your lives has been neutralized. The words wash over them like a benediction, releasing tension they've carried for so long it's become part of their basic existence. But even as relief floods through them, they understand that this reprieve comes with conditions they're only beginning to comprehend. We can go back to Hogwarts, Peter asks, hope warring with caution in his voice. You can return to your studies, Dumbledore confirms, though I'm afraid the Hogwarts you left no longer exists, at least not in the form you remember. The war has come to our sanctuary, gentlemen. The castle stands, the staff continues to teach, the students still learn, but everything has changed in ways that will become apparent when you return. Changed how? James asks, though part of him already knows the answer. The wizarding world is at war, Dumbledore says simply, speaking aloud the truth they've all been dancing around for months. Not the hidden conflict of shadows and rumor that has been building for years, but open warfare between forces that represent different visions of our future. Students who left Hogwarts as children return as soldiers. Professors who once worried about academic achievement now prepare their pupils for survival. The castle itself has become a fortress, and everyone within its walls understands that we are all combatants now, whether we chose to be or not. What about our families? Sirius asks, though his voice suggests he already knows his own answer to that question. The revelation transforms their anticipated return from homecoming to deployment, their final years of education from academic pursuit to military preparation. They're going back to Hogwarts, but they're going back as warriors in a conflict that will define the rest of their lives. Protected, as much as anyone can be protected in times like these, Dumbledore replies gently. The Order of the Phoenix, an organization you will learn more about in due time, has taken responsibility for the safety of those closest to our cause. Your parents, Mr. Potter, have accepted roles that place them on the front lines of our resistance. Mr. Lupin, your father's expertise has become invaluable to our intelligence operations, though this means he faces dangers he once only studied theoretically. The careful phrasing can't disguise the reality that Sirius's worst fears have been realized, that the gulf between him and his family has finally become unbridgeable. But there's also promise in Dumbledore's words, assurance that he won't face his future alone, that the bonds he's chosen are stronger than those he was born with. He pauses, his ancient eyes focusing on Sirius with particular intensity. Mr. Black, your family situation has resolved itself in ways that were perhaps inevitable. You are welcome in the homes of your friends for as long as you need sanctuary, and the Order will ensure you have the resources necessary for independence when you come of age. And Peter, Dumbledore continues, his voice growing gentler, your parents have asked me to tell you that they are proud of the young man you've become, proud of the choices you've made, and prepared to support whatever path you choose in the difficult times ahead. As they prepare to leave the safe house that has been their prison and refuge, they understand that they're not the same people who were evacuated from Hogwarts months ago. They've aged years in the space of a season, forced to confront realities that have transformed them from students into something approaching adults. The war has found them, claimed them, marked them as its own, but they face that future together. 4 friends whose bonds have been tested by separation and strengthened by shared danger. Whatever comes next, they'll meet it as they've met everything else, as Marauders, united in loyalty that transcends fear and determined to protect everything they hold dear. Their greatest challenges still lie ahead, but they're no longer children playing at being heroes. They're young warriors returning to a battlefield disguised as a school, ready to fight for a future they might not live to see but refuse to let die without a struggle. The Marauders are going home to war, and nothing will ever be the same again. The Hogwarts Express carries them back to a castle that looks exactly the same from the outside but feels fundamentally different. The moment they step off the train, the familiar red steam engine, the ancient platform, even the thestral-drawn carriages that transport them up the winding path, everything appears unchanged, as if the months of hiding and the war raging beyond the castle walls were nothing more than a shared nightmare. But the illusion shatters the moment they enter the Great Hall for what should be a routine start-of-term feast. The long tables are still there, the floating candles still dance overhead, and the sorting hat still perches on its stool waiting to place new students into their houses. Yet the students themselves tell a different story entirely. Look at them, Remus whispers as they make their way to the Gryffindor table, his voice carrying a mixture of heartbreak and determination. They're so young, but they're not children anymore. None of them are. They're older. These children who should be giggling over first-year adventures or complaining about homework assignments. Their eyes hold the kind of weariness that comes from knowing too much about the world's capacity for darkness. Conversations cease when they enter, not from the usual mixture of respect and weariness the Marauders have always inspired, but from something approaching relief, as if their return signals that perhaps hope isn't entirely lost. Look at them, Remus whispers as they make their way to the Gryffindor table, his voice carrying a mixture of heartbreak and determination. They're so young, but they're not children anymore. None of them are. Indeed, the students around them carry themselves with the careful alertness of people who have learned that safety is an illusion and vigilance is the price of survival. First years huddle closer to their older housemates than previous generations ever did. Seventh years watch the entrances with the systematic attention of sentries. Even the ghosts seem more substantial, as if the castle's very spirits have been called to more active duty. The staff table reveals even more dramatic changes. Professor McGonagall's usual stern demeanor has hardened into something approaching military bearing. Flitwick's cheerful enthusiasm has been tempered by the kind of focus that comes from teaching charms that might save lives rather than simply earn points. Even Dumbledore, still twinkling and benevolent, carries himself with the gravitas of a general commanding troops rather than a headmaster managing students. "Welcome back," comes a voice from beside them, and they turn to find Lily Evans settling into a seat with the natural authority of someone who has grown into leadership during their absence. Her red hair catches the candlelight, as it always has, but her green eyes hold depths that weren't there before, the kind of knowledge that comes from making decisions that affect other people's lives. "Evans," James says, and his voice carries none of his usual swagger. The months of hiding have taught him humility, but more than that, the girl he's harbored feelings for since second year has clearly become someone worthy of respect rather than schoolboy infatuation. "Potter," she replies, and there's warmth in her tone that suggests she's noticed the change in him. "All of you. We weren't sure you were coming back. There were rumors." Over the following weeks, they begin to understand the true scope of the transformation that has occurred during their absence. Hogwarts is still a school, but it's also something more, a fortress, a refuge, a training ground for the war that everyone knows is coming, whether they're ready or not. "There are always rumors," Sirius says with a shadow of his old grin, though his gray eyes remain watchful. "Most of them are probably true these days." "Most of them are," Lily agrees, and the casual way she accepts this reality speaks volumes about how much their world has changed. "But you're here now. That's what matters." Their classes have evolved to reflect new realities.
Defense against the dark arts is no longer theoretical. With Professor Moody, the real Moody, they're assured, teaching them techniques that would have been considered too advanced for students just months ago. Transfiguration includes applications for battlefield medicine and emergency shelter construction. Even herbology focuses on plants that can be used for healing, protection, or when necessary, as weapons. But it's the changes in their fellow students that truly drive home how much they've missed during their enforced absence. The Marauders were once the undisputed leaders of student mischief and rebellion, but they return to find that their classmates have grown into their own forms of resistance and leadership. Alice Longbottom, once a quiet Gryffindor whose greatest achievement was excelling at herbology, now organizes study groups that are actually training sessions for practical defense. Frank Longbottom, her boyfriend and fellow 7th year, has become something approaching a student drill sergeant, teaching younger years the kind of situational awareness that might save their lives. Even Peter's old doormate, Timothy Clearwater, has transformed from someone who could barely manage a proper stunning spell into a competent duelist who helps run late-night practice sessions for students whose families have been targeted by dark forces. "So you organized," James observes, and there's admiration in his voice that has nothing to do with his long-standing crush. "You turned the students into an army." "We had to grow up," Lily explains one evening as they sit in the common room, ostensibly working on homework but actually discussing the underground network of student protection that has evolved during their absence. "When you four disappeared, people were scared. Not just about what had happened to you, but about what it meant for the rest of us. If the Marauders could be forced into hiding, what did that say about our chances?" "We turned ourselves into survivors," Lily corrects. "The army part came later, when we realized survival wasn't enough. When we understood that we had to choose between fighting back and watching everything we care about get destroyed. The revelation reshapes their understanding of their place in the resistance that has grown around them. They're no longer the natural leaders they once were, the undisputed architects of student rebellion. Their classmates have evolved beyond the need for their guidance, becoming leaders in their own right during the months when the Marauders were removed from the equation. But rather than feeling displaced or irrelevant, they find themselves inspired by what their friends have accomplished, the skills they developed through years of pranks and mischief. Organization, planning, creative problem-solving, the ability to work together under pressure have been adopted and refined by students who learn to see past the entertainment value to the practical applications. The staff table reveals even more dramatic changes. Professor McGonagall's usual stern demeanor has hardened into something approaching military bearing. Flitwick's cheerful enthusiasm has been tempered by the kind of focus that comes from teaching charms that might save lives rather than simply earn points. Even Dumbledore, still twinkling and benevolent, carries himself with the gravitas of a general commanding troops rather than a headmaster managing students. "Look at them," Remus whispers as they make their way to the Gryffindor table, his voice carrying a mixture of heartbreak and determination. "They're so young, but they're not children anymore. None of them are." Indeed, the students around them carry themselves with the careful alertness of people who have learned that safety is an illusion and vigilance is the price of survival. First years huddle closer to their older housemates than previous generations ever did. 7th years watch the entrances with the systematic attention of sentries. Even the ghosts seem more substantial, as if the castle's very spirits have been called to more active duty. "Your map," Alice says during one of their strategy sessions, which have replaced the casual gatherings that once defined their social life. "We've been trying to create something similar, but we can't match the sophistication of your real-time tracking system. Would you be willing to teach us?" The request represents everything that has changed about their world. The Marauders' map, once their most closely guarded secret, has become a tool that could save lives if shared with the right people. The techniques they developed for avoiding detection are now skills that could help their friends survive encounters with forces that wouldn't hesitate to kill children. It's not just about the magic. Remus explains as they begin training sessions that transform theoretical knowledge into practical education. The map works because it's connected to the castle's own magical signature, but more than that, it responds to the intent of the people using it. You have to understand what you're looking for and why you need to find it. "Potter," she replies, and there's warmth in her tone that suggests she's noticed the change in him. "All of you. We weren't sure you were coming back. There were rumors." "Welcome back," comes a voice from beside them.
and they turn to find Lily Evans settling into a seat with the natural authority of someone who has grown into leadership during their absence. Her red hair catches the candlelight, as it always has, but her green eyes hold depths that weren't there before, the kind of knowledge that comes from making decisions that affect other people's lives. Evans, James says, and his voice carries none of his usual swagger. The months of hiding have taught him humility, but more than that, the girl he's harbored feelings for since second year has clearly become someone worthy of respect rather than schoolboy infatuation. What develops over the following weeks is something none of them expected, a collaborative effort that combines their technical expertise with their classmates' operational experience. The students who remained at Hogwarts during their absence have learned things about survival and resistance that complement the Marauders' theoretical knowledge perfectly. They teach map making and real-time tracking. Their classmates teach them about coordinating group movements and maintaining communications under hostile conditions. They share their knowledge of secret passages and hidden rooms. Their friends contribute intelligence about which professors can be trusted completely, which ones are suspect, and which ones are definitely working for the other side. Professor Wickham, Frank Longbottom says during one of their late-night sessions, his voice carrying the kind of certainty that comes from careful observation. Ancient runes. He's been receiving owls at strange hours, and his office is warded against student detection charms. Alice saw him burning papers last week when she went to ask about her essay. There are always rumors, Sirius says with a shadow of his old grin, though his gray eyes remain watchful. Most of them are probably true these days. Most of them are, Lily agrees, and the casual way she accepts this reality speaks volumes about how much their world has changed. But you're here now. That's what matters. Over the following weeks, they begin to understand the true scope of the transformation that has occurred during their absence. Hogwarts is still a school, but it's also something more, a fortress, a refuge, a training ground for the war that everyone knows is coming, whether they're ready or not. We'll track him, James decides, falling naturally into the role of tactical coordinator. Map his movements, identify his contacts, figure out exactly what he's up to, but carefully. No direct confrontation, no unnecessary risks. The information fits patterns they've learned to recognize, signs of the kind of infiltration that has made Hogwarts less secure than it once was. But rather than feeling helpless in the face of adult conspiracies, they now have the tools and knowledge to investigate safely. I can get into his office, Peter offers, his animagus form making him ideal for reconnaissance missions. Rat-sized spaces, remember. I can search his papers, look for evidence of what he's really doing. Their classes have evolved to reflect new realities. Defense against the dark arts is no longer theoretical. With Professor Moody, the real Moody, they're assured, teaching them techniques that would have been considered too advanced for students just months ago. Transfiguration includes applications for battlefield medicine and emergency shelter construction. Even herbology focuses on plants that can be used for healing, protection, or when necessary, as weapons. But it's the changes in their fellow students that truly drive home how much they've missed during their enforced absence. The Marauders were once the undisputed leaders of student mischief and rebellion, but they return to find that their classmates have grown into their own forms of resistance and leadership. The planning session that follows would have been unthinkable during their earlier years at Hogwarts, when their schemes were designed for entertainment rather than survival. But they've learned to think like intelligence operatives, to plan for contingencies and worst-case scenarios, to balance the need for information against the risks of exposure. Alice Longbottom, once a quiet Gryffindor whose greatest achievement was excelling at herbology, now organizes study groups that are actually training sessions for practical defense. Frank Longbottom, her boyfriend and fellow 7th year, has become something approaching a student drill sergeant, teaching younger years the kind of situational awareness that might save their lives. Most importantly, they've learned to work as part of a larger team rather than as isolated operators. The investigation they design involves not just the 4 of them, but a network of students who contribute their own skills and knowledge to the effort. And I can follow him when he leaves the castle, Sirius adds. Padfoot attracts less attention than a student would, and I can track scents that might lead us to his contacts. Lily coordinates the schedule, ensuring that their various activities don't conflict with each other or attract unwanted attention. Alice provides alibis and cover stories, using her reputation as a model student to deflect suspicion. Frank handles security, making sure their communications remain secure and their meetings go undetected. Even Peter's old doormate, Timothy Clearwater, has transformed from someone who could barely manage a proper stunning spell into a competent duelist who helps run late-night practice sessions for students whose families have been targeted by dark forces. We had to grow up, Lily explains one evening as they sit in the common room, ostensibly working on homework, but actually discussing the underground network of student protection that has evolved during their absence. When you four disappeared, people were scared, not just about what had happened to you, but about what it meant for the rest of us. If the Marauders could be forced into hiding, what did that say about our chances? So you organized, James observes, and there's admiration in his voice that has nothing to do with his long-standing crush. You turned the students into an army. The investigation that unfolds over the following weeks reveals a conspiracy that reaches far deeper than they initially suspected. Professor Wickham isn't just a spy, he's a recruiter, identifying students whose families have been targeted by dark forces and offering them choices between collaboration and tragedy. He's not just gathering intelligence, Remus realizes as they analyze Peter's reconnaissance reports. He's building a network of student informants, people who report on their classmates' activities in exchange for protection for their loved ones. We turned ourselves into survivors, Lily corrects. The army part came later, when we realized survival wasn't enough. When we understood that we had to choose between fighting back and watching everything we care about get destroyed. The revelation reshapes their understanding of their place in the resistance that has grown around them. They're no longer the natural leaders they once were, the undisputed architects of student rebellion. Their classmates have evolved beyond the need for their guidance, becoming leaders in their own right during the months when the Marauders were removed from the equation. Then we give them another option, James says, his voice carrying the kind of determination that has always defined him. We show them that there are ways to protect the people they love without betraying their friends. But rather than feeling displaced or irrelevant, they find themselves inspired by what their friends have accomplished. The skills they developed through years of pranks and mischief, organization, planning, creative problem solving, the ability to work together under pressure have been adopted and refined by students who learn to see past the entertainment value to the practical applications. The discovery transforms their understanding of the dangers they face. The threat isn't just from outside forces attacking the castle, it's from within, from friends and classmates who have been forced to choose between loyalty and survival. We can't just expose him, Lily points out during one of their strategy sessions. Some of those students, they're not collaborating because they want to. They're doing it because it's the only way to keep their families safe. Your map, Alice says during one of their strategy sessions, which have replaced the casual gatherings that once defined their social life. We've been trying to create something similar, but we can't match the sophistication of your real-time tracking system. Could you? The request represents everything that has changed about their world. The Marauders' map, once their most closely guarded secret, has become a tool that could save lives if shared with the right people. The techniques they developed for avoiding detection are now skills that could help their friends survive encounters with forces that wouldn't hesitate to kill children. It's not just about the magic, Remus explains as they begin training sessions that transform theoretical knowledge into practical education. The map works because it's connected to the castle's own magical signature, but more than that, it responds to the intent of the people using it. You have to understand what you're looking for and why you need to find it. What follows is their most ambitious operation yet, a carefully orchestrated effort to neutralize the threat from within, while protecting the innocent students who have been caught in an impossible situation. They work with their classmates to identify everyone who has been compromised, then develop individualized plans to help each person escape the trap they've been caught in. Some students are relocated to other schools, their families move to secure locations where they can't be used as leverage. Others are given the training and resources they need to become double agents, feeding false information to their handlers while secretly working for the resistance. Professor Wickham himself is dealt with through channels they're not privy to. His sudden departure from Hogwarts explained as a family emergency that requires his immediate attention. But they all understand that his removal represents a victory for forces that refuse to let darkness triumph through fear and coercion. What develops over the following weeks is something none of them expected.
a collaborative effort that combines their technical expertise with their classmates' operational experience. The students who remained at Hogwarts during their absence have learned things about survival and resistance that complement the Marauders' theoretical knowledge perfectly. "We did more than that," Remus corrects, his voice carrying satisfaction that goes beyond simple victory. "We saved people. Students who were trapped, families who were being threatened, innocent people who were being forced to choose between impossible alternatives. They teach map-making and real-time tracking. Their classmates teach them about coordinating group movements and maintaining communications under hostile conditions. They share their knowledge of secret passages and hidden rooms. Their friends contribute intelligence about which professors can be trusted completely, which ones are suspect, and which ones are definitely working for the other side." Professor Wickham, Frank Longbottom says during one of their late-night sessions, his voice carrying the kind of certainty that comes from careful observation. "Ancient runes. He's been receiving owls at strange hours, and his office is warded against student detection charms. Alice saw him burning papers last week when she went to ask about her essay. We did it," Peter says one evening as they sit in their common room, finally able to relax after weeks of constant vigilance. "We actually found the spy and stopped him. And we did it together," Sirius adds, looking around at their friends who have become something approaching a family. "Not just the four of us, but everyone. We're not just the Marauders anymore. We're part of something bigger." The information fits patterns they've learned to recognize, signs of the kind of infiltration that has made Hogwarts less secure than it once was. But rather than feeling helpless in the face of adult conspiracies, they now have the tools and knowledge to investigate safely. "I can get into his office," Peter offers, his animagus form making him ideal for reconnaissance missions. Rat-sized spaces, remember. "I can search his papers, look for evidence of what he's really doing." "We'll track him," James decides, falling naturally into the role of tactical coordinator. "Map his movements, identify his contacts, figure out exactly what he's up to. But carefully, no direct confrontation, no unnecessary risks." The observation captures something fundamental about how their world has changed. They're still the same four friends who met on the Hogwarts Express 6 years ago, but they've become part of a community that extends far beyond their original bond. They're leaders in a movement that will define their generation, protectors of values that transcend individual survival. As the term continues and their understanding of the larger war deepens, they begin to see how their various skills and experiences fit into a pattern that's both larger and more personal than they initially realized. The map they created to guide midnight adventures has become a tool for coordinating resistance operations. The bonds they forged through shared mischief have evolved into the kind of loyalty that sustains people through impossible circumstances. Most importantly, they've learned that heroism isn't about individual achievement or dramatic gestures. It's about building communities that can survive whatever darkness threatens them, about creating connections between people that are stronger than the forces that seek to divide them. "And I can follow him when he leaves the castle," Sirius adds. "Padfoot attracts less attention than a student would, and I can track scents that might lead us to his contacts." The planning session that follows would have been unthinkable during their earlier years at Hogwarts, when their schemes were designed for entertainment rather than survival. But they've learned to think like intelligence operatives, to plan for contingencies and worst-case scenarios, to balance the need for information against the risks of exposure. Most importantly, they've learned to work as part of a larger team rather than as isolated operators. The investigation they design involves not just the four of them, but a network of students who contribute their own skills and knowledge to the effort. "Better because it includes everyone," James explains, his voice carrying the kind of conviction that comes from understanding gained through experience. "Better because it's built on the idea that every person matters, that every life has value, that no one should have to choose between survival and conscience." "Better how?" Lily asks, looking up from her own work on communication charms that could help coordinate resistance activities across multiple locations. "You know what I realized?" James says one night as they work on their latest version of the map, incorporating improvements suggested by their classmates and new applications they never would have considered on their own. "We're not fighting to go back to the way things were. We're fighting to build something better." Lily coordinates the schedule, ensuring that their various activities don't conflict with each other or attract unwanted attention. Alice provides alibis and cover stories, using her reputation as a model student to deflect suspicion.
Frank handles security, making sure their communications remain secure and their meetings go undetected. He's not just gathering intelligence, Remus realizes as they analyze Peter's reconnaissance reports. He's building a network of student informants, people who report on their classmates' activities in exchange for protection for their loved ones. The investigation that unfolds over the following weeks reveals a conspiracy that reaches far deeper than they initially suspected. Professor Wickham isn't just a spy, he's a recruiter, identifying students whose families have been targeted by dark forces and offering them choices between collaboration and tragedy. The vision he articulates becomes something they all work toward, a future where the connections they built through adversity can flourish in peace. They don't know if they'll live to see that future, but they're determined to build it anyway. One friendship at a time, one act of courage at a time, one choice to stand together rather than fall apart. Their greatest challenges still lie ahead, but they face them with the confidence of people who have learned that love is indeed stronger than fear, that unity can triumph over division, that the bonds between souls who choose each other are unbreakable by any force that opposes them. The Marauders have found their true purpose at last, not as legendary pranksters or even as heroes, but as builders of the kind of community that can survive anything and emerge stronger than before. They're not just fighting a war, they're creating a world worth fighting for. We can't just expose him, Lily points out during one of their strategy sessions. Some of those students, they're not collaborating because they want to, they're doing it because it's the only way to keep their families safe. The discovery transforms their understanding of the dangers they face. The threat isn't just from outside forces attacking the castle, it's from within, from friends and classmates who have been forced to choose between loyalty and survival. Then we give them another option, James says, his voice carrying the kind of determination that has always defined him. We show them that there are ways to protect the people they love without betraying their friends. And in the quiet moments between battles, when they catch each other's eyes across a crowded room or share knowing smiles during particularly difficult days, they understand that they've already won the most important victory of all. They've proven that friendship can transform ordinary people into extraordinary forces for good, that loyalty can overcome any obstacle, that love is the most powerful magic in any world. The future remains uncertain, but it belongs to them and the community they've built together. Whatever comes next, they'll face it as they've faced everything else, as Marauders, united in purpose and unbreakable in their determination to protect everything they hold dear. Their story is far from over, but they've already become legend. What follows is their most ambitious operation yet, a carefully orchestrated effort to neutralize the threat from within while protecting the innocent students who have been caught in an impossible situation. They work with their classmates to identify everyone who has been compromised, then develop individualized plans to help each person escape the trap they've been caught in. Some students are relocated to other schools, their families move to secure locations where they can't be used as leverage. Others are given the training and resources they need to become double agents, feeding false information to their handlers while secretly working for the resistance. Professor Wickham himself is dealt with through channels they're not privy to. His sudden departure from Hogwarts explained as a family emergency that requires his immediate attention, but they all understand that his removal represents a victory for forces that refuse to let darkness triumph through fear and coercion. The final months of their 7th year unfold like a symphony building toward crescendo, each day bringing them closer to graduation and the adult responsibilities they've been preparing for without fully understanding their weight. The castle that welcomed them as children has become their finishing school for war, and every lesson learned within its ancient walls will soon be tested in conflicts that will define the wizarding world for generations to come. Question 17 asks us to demonstrate the theoretical applications of advanced transfiguration in emergency situations. Sirius murmurs during their defense against the dark arts practical, his voice carrying amusement at the gap between academic theory and lived experience. Should I mention that time we had to transfigure debris into stretchers during the Christmas attack on Diagon Alley? But first, there's the matter of NWTs, those ancient examinations that once seemed like the most important challenge they would ever face, now relegated to administrative necessities in lives that have already been shaped by far more significant tests. They approach their final exams with the same competence they've brought to everything else, their years of advanced study and practical application making the theoretical assessments almost absurdly easy. And we did it together, Sirius adds, looking around at their friends who have become something approaching a family. Not just the four of us, but everyone. We're not just the Marauders anymore. We're part of something bigger. We did more than that, Remus corrects, his voice carrying satisfaction that goes beyond simple victory. We saved people, students who were trapped, families who were being threatened, innocent people who were being forced to choose between impossible alternatives. We did it, Peter says one evening, as they sit in their common room, finally able to relax after weeks of constant vigilance. We actually found the spy and stopped him. Probably not, James replies quietly, though his eyes hold the same mixture of irony and satisfaction. I don't think they're ready for essays about real-world applications. The practical examinations become almost anticlimactic, demonstrations of abilities they've been using for real purposes rather than academic ones. When asked to create protective barriers, they produce ward structures sophisticated enough to defend entire buildings. When tested on healing magic, they demonstrate techniques learned from treating actual injuries sustained in actual battles. When examined on their knowledge of dark arts detection, they casually identify cursed objects with the expertise of trained aurors. Indeed, their experiences over the past 2 years have given them knowledge that extends far beyond anything their professors could have taught in conventional classrooms. They've learned magic under pressure, developed skills through necessity, and gained wisdom through encounters with dangers that most adult wizards never face. The observation captures something fundamental about how their world has changed. They're still the same 4 friends who met on the Hogwarts Express 6 years ago, but they've become part of a community that extends far beyond their original bond. They're leaders in a movement that will define their generation, protectors of values that transcend individual survival. As the term continues and their understanding of the larger war deepens, they begin to see how their various skills and experiences fit into a pattern that's both larger and more personal than they initially realized. The map they created to guide midnight adventures has become a tool for coordinating resistance operations. The bonds they forged through shared mischief have evolved into the kind of loyalty that sustains people through impossible circumstances. Most importantly, they've learned that heroism isn't about individual achievement or dramatic gestures. It's about building communities that can survive whatever darkness threatens them, about creating connections between people that are stronger than the forces that seek to divide them. Extraordinary, murmurs the Ministry examiner after watching Remus detect and neutralize a curse that should have been far beyond 7th-year capabilities. Have you considered a career in curse breaking, Mr. Lupin? The examiner's expression grows sober at the reminder of realities that extend beyond academic achievement. These aren't just students completing their education. They're young adults preparing to take their places in a conflict that will require everything they've learned and more than they've yet imagined. I've considered several careers, Remus replies diplomatically, though they all know his future has already been determined by forces far more significant than personal preference. The war tends to make long-term planning somewhat challenging. You know what I realized? James says one night, as they work on their latest version of the map, incorporating improvements suggested by their classmates and new applications they never would have considered on their own. We're not fighting to go back to the way things were. We're fighting to build something better. Better because it includes everyone, James explains, his voice carrying the kind of conviction that comes from understanding gained through experience. Better because it's built on the idea that every person matters, that every life has value, that no one should have to choose between survival and conscience. Better how? Lily asks, looking up from her own work on communication charms that could help coordinate resistance activities across multiple locations. But even as they excel in their formal examinations, their real education continues through the underground network they've helped build within the castle walls. The student resistance movement that began during their absence has evolved into something approaching a parallel government, complete with intelligence gathering, strategic planning, and operational capabilities that would impress professional organizations. The graduation ceremony is going to be targeted, Alice Longbottom reports during one of their final strategy meetings, her voice carrying the calm authority she's developed over months of coordinating student security efforts. We've intercepted communications suggesting a coordinated attack designed to eliminate as many future resistance leaders as possible. The news transforms what should be a celebration into a tactical challenge, forcing them to balance the symbolic importance of the ceremony against the very real dangers it represents. Canceling graduation would hand their enemies a victory by demonstrating that fear can disrupt even the most fundamental traditions. But proceeding without adequate security measures could result in a massacre that would devastate the next generation of magical leadership. Their greatest challenges still lie ahead, but they face them with the confidence of people who have learned that love is indeed stronger than fear, that unity can triumph over division, that the bonds between souls who choose each other are unbreakable by any force that opposes them. The vision he articulates becomes something they all work toward, a future where the connections they've built through adversity can flourish in peace. They don't know if they'll live to see that future, but they're determined to build it anyway. One friendship at a time, one act of courage at a time, one choice to stand together rather than fall apart. The Marauders have found their true purpose at last, not as legendary pranksters or even as heroes, but as builders of the kind of community that can survive anything and emerge stronger than before. They're not just fighting a war, they're creating a world worth fighting for. We don't cancel, James decides, his voice carrying the natural authority that has evolved from years of leadership experience. But we don't proceed blindly either. We turn the graduation ceremony into something our enemies aren't expecting, a demonstration of exactly why they should be afraid of us. Lily coordinates the communications network, ensuring that information flows efficiently between all the various groups involved in the operation. Frank Longbottom handles tactical positioning, using his growing expertise in defensive warfare to plan countermeasures for every conceivable form of attack. Alice manages the medical response teams, organizing healing stations and evacuation routes that could save lives if the worst happens. The planning that follows represents the culmination of everything they've learned about organization, strategy, and the kind of cooperation that makes ordinary people capable of extraordinary things. Every student in their year contributes to the effort according to their abilities, creating a security operation that rivals anything the ministry could have organized. And in the quiet moments between battles, when they catch each other's eyes across a crowded room or share knowing smiles during particularly difficult days, they understand that they've already won the most important victory of all. They've proven that friendship can transform ordinary people into extraordinary forces for good, that loyalty can overcome any obstacle, that love is the most powerful magic in any world. The future remains uncertain, but it belongs to them and the community they've built together. Whatever comes next, they'll face it as they've faced everything else, as Marauders united in purpose and unbreakable in their determination to protect everything they hold dear. Their story is far from over, but they've already become legend. The Marauders themselves take on the most dangerous responsibilities, using their unique skills and knowledge to handle the aspects of the operation that could prove fatal if mismanaged. Their map becomes the nerve center of the entire effort, providing real-time intelligence about everyone present at the ceremony and immediate warning of any hostile approach. But more than individual contributions, the operation succeeds because of the bonds they've built between people who trust each other completely. Students who once worried about test scores now coordinate complex magical workings with the precision of trained operatives. Young people who entered Hogwarts as children prepare to graduate as defenders of everything they hold dear. The graduation ceremony itself becomes something none of them will ever forget, a perfect fusion of tradition and defiance that captures everything their education has taught them about the relationship between past and future. The Great Hall is decorated with the usual banners and floating candles, the familiar ritual proceeding exactly as it has for centuries. But underneath the pageantry lies a steel core of readiness that transforms celebration into statement. The final months of their 7th year unfold like a symphony building toward crescendo, each day bringing them closer to graduation and the adult responsibilities they've been preparing for without fully understanding their weight. The castle that welcomed them as children has become their finishing school for war, and every lesson learned within its ancient walls will soon be tested in conflicts that will define the wizarding world for generations to come. Question 17 asks us to demonstrate the theoretical applications of advanced transfiguration in emergency situations. Sirius murmurs during their defense against the dark arts practical, his voice carrying amusement at the gap between academic theory and lived experience. Should I mention that time we had to transfigure debris into stretchers during the Christmas attack on Diagon Alley? But first, there's the matter of NEWTs. Those ancient examinations that once seemed like the most important challenge they would ever face, now relegated to administrative necessities in lives that have already been shaped by far more significant tests. They approach their final exams with the same competence they've brought to everything else, their years of advanced study and practical application making the theoretical assessments almost absurdly easy. His eyes find the Marauders as he continues, acknowledging their particular journey from pranksters to protectors without singling them out for attention that might prove dangerous. Some of you will serve in obvious ways, taking up roles that society recognizes as leadership. Others will serve in shadows, protecting people who will never know their names. All of you will serve, because that is what this education has prepared you for, not personal advancement, but service to causes greater than yourselves. When Dumbledore rises to address the graduating class, his words carry weight that extends far beyond typical commencement addresses. You leave this castle not merely as educated young witches and wizards, he says, his voice resonating through the hall with the authority of prophecy, but as guardians of values that define our world at its best. You have learned not just magic, but the wisdom to use it well, not just knowledge, but the courage to act upon it when action is required. The attack, when it comes, unfolds exactly as their intelligence suggested it would. A coordinated assault designed to maximize casualties among the students and faculty gathered for the ceremony. Dark wizards apparate into the grounds with military precision, their movements suggesting careful planning and extensive reconnaissance. Probably not, James replies quietly, though his eyes hold the same mixture of irony and satisfaction. I don't think they're ready for essays about real-world applications. Indeed, their experiences over the past 2 years have given them knowledge that extends far beyond anything their professors could have taught in conventional classrooms. They've learned magic under pressure, developed skills through necessity, and gained wisdom through encounters with dangers that most adult wizards never face. The practical examinations become almost anticlimactic, demonstrations of abilities they've been using for real purposes rather than academic ones. When asked to create protective barriers, they produce ward structures sophisticated enough to defend entire buildings. When tested on healing magic, they demonstrate techniques learned from treating actual injuries sustained in actual battles. When examined on their knowledge of dark arts detection, they casually identify cursed objects with the expertise of trained aurors. But they find themselves facing something they clearly didn't expect. A graduating class that has been preparing for exactly this scenario for months, backed by a student body that has learned to fight as a unified force. The battle that follows is brief but decisive, demonstrating just how much these young people have learned about defending themselves and protecting others. Peter, often underestimated but never by his friends, proves to be their secret weapon. His rat form allows him to move unseen through enemy positions, gathering intelligence and sabotaging their equipment in ways that turn their own preparations against them. By the time the attackers realize how thoroughly they've been outmaneuvered, their defeat is already inevitable. James leads a team that secures the main entrances, his strategic thinking and natural leadership creating defensive positions that channel the attackers into predetermined killing zones. Sirius coordinates the mobile response units, his Animagi abilities allowing him to move through the battlefield with inhuman speed and precision. Remus manages the intelligence flow using their map and communication network to ensure that defenders always know where they're needed most.
I've considered several careers, Remus replies diplomatically, though they all know his future has already been determined by forces far more significant than personal preference. The war tends to make long-term planning somewhat challenging.
Extraordinary, murmurs the ministry examiner after watching Remus detect and neutralize a curse that should have been far beyond 7th-year capabilities. Have you considered a career in curse breaking, Mr. Lupin? The examiner's expression grows sober at the reminder of realities that extend beyond academic achievement. These aren't just students completing their education. They're young adults preparing to take their places in a conflict that will require everything they've learned, and more than they've yet imagined. But the real victory isn't tactical, it's symbolic. The attack that was meant to demonstrate the vulnerability of Hogwarts students instead proves their strength. The assault designed to eliminate future resistance leaders becomes a recruitment tool that inspires even the most reluctant students to join the fight against darkness. Look at them, Lily says, as they survey the aftermath of the battle, her voice filled with pride that extends far beyond personal achievement. They're not afraid anymore, they're angry.
Indeed, the students around them carry themselves with new confidence, the kind that comes from facing a deadly threat and emerging victorious through their own efforts. They've proven to themselves that they don't need adult protection to survive in a dangerous world. They can create their own safety through unity and preparedness. But even as they excel in their formal examinations, their real education continues through the underground network they've helped build within the castle walls. The student resistance movement that began during their absence has evolved into something approaching a parallel government, complete with intelligence gathering, strategic planning, and operational capabilities that would impress professional organizations. The graduation ceremony is going to be targeted. Alice Longbottom reports during one of their final strategy meetings, her voice carrying the calm authority she's developed over months of coordinating student security efforts. We've intercepted communications suggesting a coordinated attack designed to eliminate as many future resistance leaders as possible. The news transforms what should be a celebration into a tactical challenge, forcing them to balance the symbolic importance of the ceremony against the very real dangers it represents. Canceling graduation would hand their enemies a victory by demonstrating that fear can disrupt even the most fundamental traditions, but proceeding without adequate security measures could result in a massacre that would devastate the next generation of magical leadership. The graduation ceremony concludes with a solemnity that acknowledges both triumph and the challenges ahead. They receive their diplomas not just as individual achievements but as commissions in a war that will define the rest of their lives. The parchments they carry represent not just education completed but responsibility accepted. This is what we're fighting for. Frank Longbottom observes as he watches younger students help with the cleanup effort, their faces reflecting determination rather than fear, not just to defeat the Death Eaters, but to build a world where people can protect themselves and each other. As they prepare to leave Hogwarts for the final time, the castle itself seems to acknowledge their transformation. The corridors they've walked for 7 years echo with memories of children who entered as strangers and leave as family. The portraits that witness their growth from awkward first years to confident leaders offer benedictions that speak of pride in their achievements and faith in their futures. We don't cancel, James decides, his voice carrying the natural authority that has evolved from years of leadership experience. But we don't proceed blindly either. We turn the graduation ceremony into something our enemies aren't expecting, a demonstration of exactly why they should be afraid of us. The planning that follows represents the culmination of everything they've learned about organization, strategy, and the kind of cooperation that makes ordinary people capable of extraordinary things. Every student in their year contributes to the effort according to their abilities, creating a security operation that rivals anything the ministry could have organized. Lily coordinates the communications network, ensuring that information flows efficiently between all the various groups involved in the operation. Frank Longbottom handles tactical positioning, using his growing expertise in defensive warfare to plan countermeasures for every conceivable form of attack. Alice manages the medical response teams, organizing healing stations and evacuation routes that could save lives if the worst happens. "You'll be back," the fat lady tells them as they pass her portrait one final time. "Maybe not as students, but you'll be back. This place is part of you now, and you're part of it." The Order of the Phoenix welcomes them with the recognition due to proven warriors rather than the cautious acceptance typically shown to new recruits. Their reputation has preceded them, built through actions that demonstrated courage, competence, and the kind of loyalty that makes ordinary people willing to attempt extraordinary things. The observation proves prophetic in ways they can't yet imagine. They will indeed return to Hogwarts, not as visitors but as defenders fighting battles that will determine whether the castle continues to serve as a sanctuary for future generations. Their education may be complete, but their service to the values they learned within these walls has only just begun. The Marauders themselves take on the most dangerous responsibilities, using their unique skills and knowledge to handle the aspects of the operation that could prove fatal if mismanaged. Their map becomes the nerve center of the entire effort, providing real-time intelligence about everyone present at the ceremony and immediate warning of any hostile approach. The graduation ceremony itself becomes something none of them will ever forget, a perfect fusion of tradition and defiance that captures everything their education has taught them about the relationship between past and future. The Great Hall is decorated with the usual banners and floating candles, the familiar ritual proceeding exactly as it has for centuries, but underneath the pageantry lies a steel core of readiness that transforms celebration into statement.
But more than individual contributions, the operation succeeds because of the bonds they've built between people who trust each other completely. Students who once worried about test scores now coordinate complex magical workings with the precision of trained operatives. Young people who entered Hogwarts as children prepare to graduate as defenders of everything they hold dear. You've already done more for this cause than many adult wizards, Alastair Moody tells them during their first official briefing, his magical eye focusing on each of them with the intensity of someone evaluating combat effectiveness. The question now is whether you're ready to do more. The answer, unspoken but understood by everyone present, is that they've been ready for years. The boy who arrived at Hogwarts as an arrogant child has become a leader capable of inspiring others to acts of heroism. The rebel who rejected his family's values has found a cause worthy of his absolute dedication. The monster who once hated himself has learned that love can transform any curse into a gift. The quiet follower has discovered strength he never knew he possessed. Together, they represent everything the Order hopes to preserve: the bonds between people who choose each other, the courage to stand against overwhelming odds, the wisdom to fight for values rather than mere survival. They're not just new recruits, they're the future leadership of a movement that will either save the wizarding world or die trying. When Dumbledore rises to address the graduating class, his words carry weight that extends far beyond typical commencement addresses. You leave this castle not merely as educated young witches and wizards, he says, his voice resonating through the hall with the authority of prophecy, but as guardians of values that define our world at its best. You have learned not just magic, but the wisdom to use it well. Not just knowledge, but the courage to act upon it when action is required. His eyes find the Marauders as he continues, acknowledging their particular journey from pranksters to protectors without singling them out for attention that might prove dangerous. Some of you will serve in obvious ways, taking up roles that society recognizes as leadership. Others will serve in shadows, protecting people who will never know their names. All of you will serve, because that is what this education has prepared you for. Not personal advancement, but service to causes greater than yourselves. The attack, when it comes, unfolds exactly as their intelligence suggested it would. A coordinated assault designed to maximize casualties among the students and faculty gathered for the ceremony. Dark wizards apparate into the grounds with military precision, their movements suggesting careful planning and extensive reconnaissance. But even as they accept roles in the larger war, they understand that their greatest strength remains what it has always been: their friendship. The map they created to guide midnight adventures has become a tool for coordinating resistance operations. The loyalty they forged through shared mischief has evolved into the kind of trust that allows them to risk everything for each other without hesitation. Whatever happens, James says as they stand together one final time in the Gryffindor common room, looking out at grounds that will soon be behind them, we face it together. That's not negotiable. Never has been, Sirius agrees, his voice carrying absolute certainty. We're pack, remember? We stick together no matter what. But they find themselves facing something they clearly didn't expect. A graduating class that has been preparing for exactly this scenario for months, backed by a student body that has learned to fight as a unified force. The battle that follows is brief but decisive, demonstrating just how much these young people have learned about defending themselves and protecting others. James leads a team that secures the main entrances, his strategic thinking and natural leadership creating defensive positions that channel the attackers into predetermined killing zones. Sirius coordinates the mobile response units, his Animagi abilities allowing him to move through the battlefield with inhuman speed and precision. Remus manages the intelligence flow, using their map and communication network to ensure that defenders always know where they're needed most. Peter, often underestimated but never by his friends, proves to be their secret weapon. His rat form allows him to move unseen through enemy positions, gathering intelligence and sabotaging their equipment in ways that turn their own preparations against them. By the time the attackers realize how thoroughly they've been outmaneuvered, their defeat is already inevitable. Through everything, Remus adds, his quiet voice holding depths of meaning that encompass transformation, acceptance and love that transcends any curse. Always, Peter concludes, the single word carrying weight that acknowledges past loyalty and promises future faithfulness regardless of the cost. They leave Hogwarts as they entered it together, but they leave as legends rather than children, as proven defenders of light rather than seekers of adventure. The castle that educated them has given them everything they need to face whatever darkness awaits, but most importantly, it has given them each other. "Look at them," Lily says, as they survey the aftermath of the battle, her voice filled with pride that extends far beyond personal achievement. They're not afraid anymore. They're angry. Indeed, the students around them carry themselves with new confidence, the kind that comes from facing a deadly threat and emerging victorious through their own efforts. They've proven to themselves that they don't need adult protection to survive in a dangerous world. They can create their own safety through unity and preparedness. But the real victory isn't tactical, it's symbolic. The attack that was meant to demonstrate the vulnerability of Hogwarts students instead proves their strength. The assault designed to eliminate future resistance leaders becomes a recruitment tool that inspires even the most reluctant students to join the fight against darkness. The Marauders step into an uncertain future with absolute certainty about one thing: their bonds are unbreakable, their loyalty is eternal, and their love for each other is the most powerful magic they possess. Whatever the war brings, they will face it as they have faced everything else, united in purpose and unshakable in their determination to protect what matters most. Their greatest battles still lie ahead, but they enter them as legends already, young people who have proven that ordinary friendship can accomplish extraordinary things when guided by extraordinary love. The future belongs to them, and the values they represent. And somewhere in the space between courage and hope, between loyalty and love, they carry the promise that light will triumph over darkness not through superior force, but through the simple revolutionary act of choosing each other again and again no matter what the cost. "This is what we're fighting for," Frank Longbottom observes, as he watches younger students help with the cleanup effort, their faces reflecting determination rather than fear. Not just to defeat the Death Eaters, but to build a world where people can protect themselves and each other. The graduation ceremony concludes with a solemnity that acknowledges both triumph and the challenges ahead. They receive their diplomas not just as individual achievements, but as commissions in a war that will define the rest of their lives. The parchments they carry represent not just education completed, but responsibility accepted. As they prepare to leave Hogwarts for the final time, the castle itself seems to acknowledge their transformation. The corridors they've walked for 7 years echo with memories of children who entered as strangers and leave as family. The portraits that witness their growth from awkward first years to confident leaders offer benedictions that speak of pride in their achievements and faith in their futures. "You'll be back," the fat lady tells them, as they pass her portrait one final time. "Maybe not as students, but you'll be back. This place is part of you now, and you're part of it." The observation proves prophetic in ways they can't yet imagine. They will indeed return to Hogwarts, not as visitors but as defenders, fighting battles that will determine whether the castle continues to serve as a sanctuary for future generations. Their education may be complete, but their service to the values they learned within these walls has only just begun. The Order of the Phoenix welcomes them with the recognition due to proven warriors rather than the cautious acceptance typically shown to new recruits. Their reputation has preceded them, built through actions that demonstrated courage, competence, and the kind of loyalty that makes ordinary people willing to attempt extraordinary things. "You've already done more for this cause than many adult wizards," Alistair Moody tells them during their first official briefing, his magical eye focusing on each of them with the intensity of someone evaluating combat effectiveness. "The question now is whether you're ready to do more." The answer, unspoken but understood by everyone present, is that they've been ready for years. The boy who arrived at Hogwarts as an arrogant child has become a leader capable of inspiring others to acts of heroism. The rebel who rejected his family's values has found a cause worthy of his absolute dedication. The monster who once hated himself has learned that love can transform any curse into a gift. The quiet follower has discovered strength he never knew he possessed. Together, they represent everything the Order hopes to preserve. The bonds between people who choose each other, the courage to stand against overwhelming odds, the wisdom to fight for values rather than mere survival. They're not just new recruits, they're the future leadership of a movement that will either save the wizarding world or die trying. But even as they accept roles in the larger war, they understand that their greatest strength remains what it has always been, their friendship. The map they created to guide midnight adventures has become a tool for coordinating resistance operations. The loyalty they forged through shared mischief has evolved into the kind of trust that allows them to risk everything for each other without hesitation. Whatever happens, James says as they stand together one final time in the Gryffindor common room, looking out at grounds that will soon be behind them, we face it together. That's not negotiable. Never has been, Sirius agrees, his voice carrying absolute certainty. We're pack, remember? We stick together no matter what. Through everything, Remus adds, his quiet voice holding depths of meaning that encompass transformation, acceptance, and love that transcends any curse. Always, Peter concludes, the single word carrying weight that acknowledges past loyalty and promises future faithfulness regardless of the cost. They leave Hogwarts as they entered it together, but they leave as legends rather than children, as proven defenders of light rather than seekers of adventure. The castle that educated them has given them everything they need to face whatever darkness awaits, but most importantly, it has given them each other. The Marauders step into an uncertain future with absolute certainty about one thing: their bonds are unbreakable, their loyalty is eternal, and their love for each other is the most powerful magic they possess. Whatever the war brings, they will face it as they have faced everything else, united in purpose and unshakable in their determination to protect what matters most. Their greatest battles still lie ahead, but they enter them as legends already, young people who have proven that ordinary friendship can accomplish extraordinary things when guided by extraordinary love. The future belongs to them and the values they represent, and somewhere in the space between courage and hope, between loyalty and love, they carry the promise that light will triumph over darkness, not through superior force, but through the simple revolutionary act of choosing each other again and again, no matter what the cost. They are the Marauders, they are legends, and their story has only just begun. Time moves differently when you're living in the shadow of prophecy, each day stretching like honey while the weeks blur together in a kaleidoscope of missions, briefings, and stolen moments of normalcy that feel more precious than gold. It's been 8 months since the Marauders left Hogwarts. 8 months of serving in the Order of the Phoenix with the dedication of people who understand that their generation will either save the wizarding world or watch it burn. They've seen things that would have broken their younger selves, entire families erased in single nights, friends transformed into enemies by curses that corrupt the soul, children orphaned by a war that shows no mercy to innocence. They've learned to fight with deadly efficiency, to plan operations that mean the difference between life and death for people they'll never meet, to carry the weight of decisions that no 18-year-old should have to make. But it's the quiet moments that haunt them most. The spaces between battles when they're forced to confront what this war is costing them personally. James has watched his parents age years in months, their faces carrying the strain of knowing their only son risks his life daily for causes that may already be lost. Sirius bears scars both visible and hidden from confrontations with family members who chose the other side, each encounter requiring him to choose between blood loyalty and moral conviction. Remus struggles with transformations that have become more difficult as stress weakens his ability to control the wolf, each full moon a reminder that even his friend's love can't protect him from the monster that lives beneath his skin. And Peter, dear Peter, carries the weight of being constantly underestimated even by their allies, his contributions overlooked in favor of his friends' more obvious talents. Tonight, they're gathered in the kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place, officially Sirius's inheritance, though it feels more like a haunted monument to everything he's rejected. The house holds memories that whisper from shadows, portraits that scream condemnation, and artifacts that pulse with malevolent energy even the most thorough cleaning can't entirely eliminate. I still can't believe you inherited this place, James says, settling into a chair that might have been expensive once, but now simply looks tired. Of all the ways your mother could have tried to control you from beyond the grave, she always did have a twisted sense of humor, Sirius replies, though his voice lacks its usual bite when discussing his family. I think she knew I'd have to live here eventually, surrounded by everything I've spent my life trying to escape. The observation hangs in the air with uncomfortable truth. Grimmauld Place has indeed become their unofficial headquarters, the safest location available for order meetings and the most convenient base for operations that require absolute secrecy. But living in a house that represents everything they've fought against has taken its toll on all of them, especially Sirius. At least Creature's been behaving lately, Peter observes, glancing toward the corners where the house elf might be lurking. Remember when he tried to poison that batch of tea biscuits? Only because Dumbledore had a talk with him, Remus says quietly. I sometimes wonder what exactly was said during that conversation. Pricey went from actively hostile to merely sullen overnight. The mention of Dumbledore brings its own complicated emotions. Their former headmaster has become something more complex than the benevolent mentor they remember from school, a general fighting a war that requires impossible choices, a strategist who must balance individual lives against larger causes, a leader who knows things he cannot share even with his most trusted allies.
He's been different lately.
James observes, voicing what they've all noticed. More distant, more... He's scared, Sirius says bluntly. Not of dying. I don't think Dumbledore fears death at all, but he's terrified of making the wrong choice, of letting personal feelings override strategic necessity. The assessment carries weight because it comes from someone who has struggled with similar conflicts. Sirius has been forced to make decisions that pit his affection for individual people against the needs of the larger cause, choices that have left him questioning everything he thought he knew about right and wrong. There's something he's not telling us, Remus says suddenly, his voice carrying the certainty that comes from months of careful observation, something about the prophecy, about Harry, about what's really at stake in this war. The mention of James's infant son transforms the atmosphere in the kitchen from melancholy to something approaching dread. Harry Potter, barely a year old, has somehow become central to prophecies that speak of chosen ones and ultimate confrontations with darkness. The baby who should be learning to walk and forming his first words has instead become a target for forces that view his very existence as a threat to their vision of the future. I keep thinking about what the prophecy actually says, James admits, his voice carrying the strain of a father trying to protect a child from dangers he can't fully understand. Neither can live while the other survives. What does that even mean? How does a baby pose such a threat to the most powerful dark wizard in history? Maybe it's not about what Harry can do now, Peter suggests quietly. Maybe it's about what he represents, hope, the idea that Voldemort isn't invincible, that even the darkest magic can be opposed. The conversation is interrupted by the arrival of an owl bearing the distinctive seal of the Order, its message urgent enough to override the late hour. James opens the parchment with hands that have learned to expect bad news, his expression growing grim as he reads the contents. Another attack, he says simply. The McKinnons, entire family. The names hit them like physical blows. They knew the McKinnons' Marlene had been in their year at Hogwarts, a Ravenclaw whose quick wit and fierce loyalty had earned their respect even across house boundaries. Her younger siblings had still been students when the Marauders graduated, children who should have had decades of life ahead of them. How many? Remus asks, though his tone suggests he already knows the answer will be devastating. All of them, James replies, his voice hollow with grief and rage. Parents, children, even the grandparents who were visiting. Voldemort wanted to make a statement about what happens to families that oppose him. The silence that follows is heavy with implications they all understand, but nobody wants to voice. If the McKinnons, with all their protections and connections to the Order, could be eliminated so completely, what does that say about the safety of other families? What does it say about the Potters, with their infant son, who carries the weight of prophecy on shoulders too small to bear such burdens? We have to do something, Sirius says, his voice carrying the dangerous edge that appears when his protective instincts override his common sense. We can't just keep reacting to his attacks. We have to find a way to strike back, to make him understand that there are consequences for murdering innocent families. With what? Peter asks, frustration bleeding through his usual calm demeanor. Every time we plan an operation, he's already 3 steps ahead. Every safe house gets compromised. Every secret gets leaked. Every advantage we think we have turns out to be another trap. The observation forces them to confront a truth they've been avoiding for months. They're losing. Despite their best efforts, despite their training and dedication and willingness to sacrifice everything for the cause, the war is slipping away from them. Voldemort's forces grow stronger while theirs grow smaller, each battle costing them people they can't afford to lose. There's a spy, Remus says suddenly, giving voice to the suspicion they've all been harboring. Someone in the Order is feeding information to Voldemort. That's the only way to explain how he always knows our plans, how he's always 1 step ahead. The accusation lands like a curse in the kitchen, transforming their sanctuary into a place where trust itself becomes suspect.
If there's a spy among their allies, then every conversation could be monitored, every plan could be compromised, every mission could be walking into a trap designed by someone they consider family. It could be anyone, James says quietly, his voice carrying the weight of a father who realizes that even his son's protectors might not be trustworthy. Anyone with access to order information, anyone who knows our methods and locations. It could be one of us, Peter adds, though his voice suggests he's horrified by his own words. We have access to everything. We're involved in all the major planning sessions. If I were trying to place a spy in the Order, I'd want someone exactly like us. The suggestion hangs in the air like poison, threatening to destroy bonds that have survived everything else they've faced together. The Marauders have built their entire lives on trust that transcends doubt, loyalty that doesn't require verification, love that assumes the best even in the worst circumstances. But war has a way of corrupting even the purest relationships, introducing doubt where none existed before, forcing people to question loyalties they once took for granted. The spy could be anyone, a friend, a mentor, a fellow Order member they fought beside and bled with. No, Sirius says firmly, his voice cutting through the paranoia with absolute conviction. Not us, never us. We've been through too much together, seen too much of each other's souls to doubt what we mean to each other. Sirius is right. James agrees, though his voice carries strain that suggests the doubt has already taken root despite his words. We trust each other completely. That's not negotiable, no matter what this war does to everything else. But even as they reaffirm their bonds, they all understand that the mere suggestion of betrayal has changed something fundamental between them. The poison of suspicion, once introduced, can't be completely neutralized. They'll go forward trusting each other because they must, but the innocent faith of their school days has been replaced by something more fragile, more consciously chosen. We need to be smarter, Remus says, his analytical mind already working through the implications of their situation. If there is a spy, we have to assume our normal communications are compromised. We need backup plans, alternative methods, ways to coordinate that don't rely on the usual channels. What follows is their most serious planning session since leaving Hogwarts, a careful analysis of how to maintain their effectiveness while assuming that everything they say and do might be reported to their enemies. They develop codes within codes, backup meeting locations that even the Order doesn't know about, and protocols for emergency situations that don't depend on official communication networks. But the most important decision they make is never spoken aloud, communicated instead through glances and gestures that carry the weight of shared understanding. If the worst happens, if one of them is captured or compromised, or forced to choose between betrayal and death, the others will do whatever is necessary to protect Harry Potter and the future he represents. Whatever comes, James says as they prepare to part ways for the night, each returning to whatever temporary sanctuary they've managed to secure. We protect Harry. That's our primary mission now, more important than the Order, more important than our own lives. Whatever comes, they echo, the words carrying the weight of vows that transcend ordinary friendship. They're not just promising to protect a child, they're promising to preserve hope itself, to ensure that light survives even if they don't. As they separate into the London night, each carrying burdens that grow heavier with every passing day, none of them realize they're living through the last moments when their trust in each other remains absolute. The war has found ways to corrupt everything else they once held sacred, but their friendship has survived intact, a beacon of loyalty in a world increasingly defined by betrayal. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new losses, new tests of everything they believe about loyalty and love. But tonight, they remain the Marauders, four friends, whose bonds have proven stronger than any force that has tried to break them, whose love for each other continues to light the darkness no matter how deep it grows. The transformation that will define their legacy has already begun, though they don't recognize it yet. They're becoming more than friends, more than allies, more than fellow soldiers in a desperate cause. They're becoming legend, their names destined to be remembered long after the war ends, their story told and retold as proof that some bonds truly are unbreakable. But legends are born from sacrifice, and the prices they'll pay for immortality are higher than any of them yet understand. The boy who sleeps safely tonight because of their protection will grow up knowing their names, carrying their legacy, learning from their example that love is indeed the most powerful magic in any world.
The Marauders stand at the threshold of their greatest test, ready to prove that friendship can triumph over any darkness, that loyalty can overcome any betrayal, that love endures even when everything else falls apart. Their finest hour approaches, and with it the transformation that will make them immortal. October 31st arrives with the kind of crisp autumn beauty that makes the heart ache for innocence lost, golden leaves dancing on winds that carry no hint of the darkness they will witness before the night ends. The date itself has become a symbol in the wizarding world, Halloween, when the veil between worlds grows thin and magic responds to intentions both light and dark with equal fervor. James Potter stands at the window of the cottage in Godric's Hollow, watching those leaves spiral past with the kind of hypnotic fascination that comes from minds pushed to their absolute limits. For weeks now, they've lived under the Fidelius charm, hidden so completely from the world that their very existence has been erased from everyone's memory except those who hold the secret of their location. The charm should make them untouchable, invisible to enemies who might wish them harm. But James has learned to distrust safety that depends on magic rather than vigilance, protections that rely on other people's loyalty rather than his own strength. Too many safe houses have been compromised. Too many trusted allies have revealed themselves as enemies. Too many certainties have crumbled into ash and betrayal. "You're wearing a hole in the floorboards," Lily says gently, settling into the chair by the fireplace with Harry balanced on her lap. At 15 months old, their son has begun to show signs of the magical power that makes him so dangerous to Voldemort. Toys that move without prompting, lights that respond to his moods, an uncanny ability to sense adult emotions even when they try to hide their fears. "Sorry," James murmurs, forcing himself to sit down, though every instinct screams at him to keep moving, to stay alert, to prepare for dangers that logic insists cannot reach them here. I keep thinking about what Dumbledore said, about the prophecy, about what it means for Harry." "The prophecy doesn't define him," Lily replies, though her voice carries the strain of someone trying to convince herself as much as her husband. "He's still just our baby, James. Whatever destiny he might face, right now he's just a little boy who needs his parents to keep him safe." As if summoned by their conversation, Harry looks up from the toy broomstick he's been examining and fixes them both with eyes that seem far too knowing for his age. Green like his mother's, but holding depths that speak of old souls and heavy burdens. When he smiles, though, he's nothing more than a happy child, delighted by his parents' attention. "Dada," he babbles, reaching toward James with chubby hands that still carry the miraculous innocence of childhood. The simple words carry weight that threatens to break James's heart. This perfect child, this bright spirit who deserves decades of laughter and learning and love, has instead become the focal point of a war that will either save or destroy their entire world. The injustice of it makes him want to rage against fate itself. "We should have gone into deeper hiding," James says, voicing fears he's carried for weeks. "Left Britain entirely, found some remote location where Voldemort's influence doesn't reach. At least then Harry could have had a normal childhood." "There is no normal anymore," Lily reminds him gently, "not for any of us. The war has touched every corner of the wizarding world. James, running away wouldn't protect Harry. It would just delay the inevitable confrontation." She's right, of course. She's always right about these things, her brilliant mind cutting through emotional complexity to find practical truth. But knowing she's right doesn't make the waiting any easier, doesn't quiet the voice in his head that insists he should be doing something, anything, rather than hiding behind wards and hoping their enemies never find them. The cottage itself has become both sanctuary and prison, a place where they can be a family but never truly relax. Every room holds defensive preparations, emergency portkeys hidden in seemingly innocent objects, protective charms layered over every surface, escape routes planned and rehearsed until they can navigate them in complete darkness. The nursery upstairs breaks his heart every time he enters it. Lily has decorated it with such hope, such determination that their son will have beauty in his life despite the darkness surrounding them. Animated mobile creatures dance overhead, charmed picture books read themselves aloud, and a rocking chair that once belonged to James's mother sits by the window like a promise that family love endures across generations. But even there, in that place designed for innocence and joy, they've hidden emergency supplies and backup plans, a bag packed with everything Harry would need if they had to flee instantly, protective amulets disguised as toys,
A secret compartment behind the changing table that holds documents and money and desperate instructions for whoever might find their son if the worst happens. The others will be here soon, Lily says, glancing at the clock, whose hands show not time, but the safety status of their various friends and allies. Most hands point to mortal peril, a constant reminder of how desperate their situation has become. Indeed, they're expecting Sirius, Remus, and Peter for what has become their weekly gathering. Part security briefing, part social visit, part desperate attempt to maintain connections that have sustained them through everything else they've faced. These meetings have become the highlight of their isolation, precious hours when they can pretend they're still just friends rather than soldiers in a war that seems increasingly unwinnable. I worry about them, James admits, his voice carrying guilt, that he's safe while his friends face daily dangers. About what this war is doing to them, about the risks they take for missions that might already be compromised. They worry about you too, Lily replies, about whether this hiding is driving you insane, about what happens to Harry if something goes wrong with the charm. The Fidelius charm, their ultimate protection and their greatest vulnerability. The magic that makes them invisible to enemies also makes them completely dependent on Peter Pettigrew's loyalty and discretion. Only he knows their exact location. Only he can reveal it to others. Only he stands between them and discovery by forces that would kill them all without hesitation. James tries not to think about how much their lives depend on Peter's continued faithfulness. His friend has never given him reason to doubt, has proven his loyalty through years of shared dangers and mutual support. But the weight of being sole secret keeper has changed Peter in subtle ways, made him more nervous, more withdrawn, more likely to startle at unexpected sounds. Maybe we should have chosen Sirius after all. James muses, though he knows the decision was made for good reasons. He was the obvious choice, which made him the obvious target. Peter was supposed to be safer precisely because no one would suspect him. Second guessing won't help, Lily says firmly. We made the best decision we could with the information we had. Peter understands what's at stake. He won't let us down. The sound of approaching footsteps on the garden path interrupts their conversation, followed by the distinctive three-knock pattern that signals friendly visitors. James draws his wand instinctively, even though logic tells him that enemies wouldn't bother knocking before moving to the heavily warded front door. "It's just me," comes Sirius's voice through the wood, carrying exhaustion that speaks of recent battles and ongoing dangers. "Remus is with me. Peter couldn't make it. Order business." James opens the door to find his best friend, looking older than his 19 years, gray eyes shadowed with experiences that no teenager should have accumulated. Sirius's clothes bear the subtle signs of recent hexwork, scorch marks carefully mended, fabric that's been exposed to curses designed to kill rather than merely injure. "You look terrible," James observes, as he embraces his friend, feeling the tension in muscles that never truly relax anymore. "You should see the other guys," Sirius replies with a shadow of his old grin. "Actually, you shouldn't. Most of them aren't in any condition to be seen by anyone." Remus follows him inside, moving with the careful precision of someone managing pain he doesn't want to acknowledge. The last full moon was particularly difficult, his transformations becoming more violent as the stress of war weakens his control over the wolf. But his amber eyes brighten when he sees Harry babbling happily in his mother's arms. "There's our favorite guards-on," he says, his voice carrying genuine warmth despite his obvious exhaustion. "How's our little hero today?"
He's not a hero.
Lily says sharply, though her tone softens when she sees Remus's surprise at her vehemence.
He's just a baby. I won't let this prophecy turn him into a symbol instead of a person.
"Of course not," Remus agrees quickly. "I just meant he's special to us, all of us. Whatever destiny he might face, he'll always be Harry first, prophecy second." They settle into the familiar ritual of their visits. Tea and conversation, updates on the war's progress, careful discussions of strategies and setbacks. But tonight feels different somehow, charged with tension that has nothing to do with their usual fears about discovery or betrayal. "Where's Peter, really?" James asks during a lull in conversation. "You said order business, but what kind of business keeps him away from our weekly meetings?" Sirius and Remus exchange a look that carries currents of meaning James can't quite interpret. There's worry there, and something that might be suspicion, though he can't imagine why they would doubt Peter's loyalty. "He's been different lately," Remus says carefully.
more secretive than usual, more likely to disappear without explanation. Dumbledore has him on special assignments that he won't discuss with the rest of us. That's probably for security reasons, Lily points out. The fewer people who know operational details, the less chance of information leaking to the wrong sources. Maybe Sirius agrees, though his tone suggests he's not convinced. Or maybe Dumbledore suspects something. Maybe he's testing Peter, giving him false information to see if it gets back to Voldemort. The suggestion hangs in the air like a curse, transforming their cozy cottage into a place where doubt can take root and grow. If Dumbledore suspects Peter of disloyalty, what does that mean for the Fidelius charm? What does it mean for Harry's safety? Peter would never betray us, James says firmly, though his voice carries a note of desperation. He's our friend. He's been our friend since we were 11 years old. He saved our lives, we've saved his. That kind of bond doesn't just disappear. Bonds can be broken, Remus says quietly. Fear can corrupt anyone, James. Threats against family, promises of power, even simple self-preservation, they can all override loyalty if applied with enough pressure. Not Peter, James insists, though he realizes he's trying to convince himself as much as his friends. Not one of us. We're Marauders. We stick together no matter what. But even as he speaks the words, he remembers conversations from recent months, moments when Peter seemed distant or distracted, times when his explanations for absences didn't quite make sense. He dismissed these concerns as products of wartime paranoia, but now they take on more sinister significance. We need to consider contingencies, Sirius says gently. Not because we don't trust Peter, but because we can't afford to be wrong about this. Harry's life depends on getting this right. What kind of contingencies? Lily asks, though her voice suggests she already knows the answer won't be comforting. Escape routes that don't depend on the Fidelius charm. Remus explains. Alternative safe houses, emergency protocols, ways to disappear completely if the worst happens. You're talking about running, James realizes, about abandoning everything we've built here, everyone we've sworn to protect. We're talking about survival, Sirius corrects. About making sure Harry lives to fulfill whatever destiny the prophecy has in store for him. Everything else is secondary to that. The conversation continues for hours, circling around fears they can't voice directly and preparations they hope they'll never need. They discuss backup plans and emergency signals, alternate communication methods, and redundant security measures. But underneath it all lies the terrible possibility that their friend, their brother, might already have chosen a different side. As the evening winds down and visiting hours imposed by their security protocols approach their end, James finds himself studying his friends' faces for signs of deception or hidden knowledge. The paranoia that has infected their entire world has finally reached into their most sacred relationships, poisoning bonds that once seemed unbreakable. Whatever happens, he says as Sirius and Remus prepare to leave, we face it together. That's what being Marauders means. Loyalty that transcends everything else, even when everything else includes the worst possibilities we can imagine. Whatever happens, they echo, but the words carry less conviction than they once did. They're still friends, still loyal to each other, still willing to die for the bonds they forged. But innocence is gone, replaced by hard-won wisdom about what war can do to even the strongest relationships. After his friends leave, James spends long hours staring out the window at stars that seem dimmer than they used to be. Somewhere out there, Peter Pettigrew is making choices that will determine whether Harry Potter lives or dies. Somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort plans the destruction of everything James holds dear. Come to bed, Lily says softly, appearing beside him with the kind of quiet strength that has sustained him through their darkest hours. Whatever tomorrow brings, we'll face it together. What if we're wrong about him? James asks, voicing the fear that's been eating at him all evening. What if Peter has already made his choice and we're just waiting here for the inevitable? Then we'll deal with that when it happens, Lily replies firmly. But until it does, we trust the friendships that have carried us this far. We believe in the bonds that made us who we are, and we protect our son with everything we have. They climb the stairs together, checking on Harry one final time before retiring to their own room. The baby sleeps peacefully, unaware that his dreams might be the last peaceful moments he experiences for years to come. Tomorrow, or perhaps tonight, will bring the confrontation that has been building since the moment of his birth. As James lies in bed listening to his wife's breathing and his son's gentle snuffles from the adjoining room, he tries to prepare himself for whatever morning might bring. But how do you prepare for the moment when prophecy becomes reality? How do you steel yourself for battles that will determine the fate of everyone you love? Outside, the wind picks up, rattling windows and carrying with it the scent of approaching storms. Change is coming to Godric's Hollow. Transformation that will echo through generations yet to be born. The moment that will define their legacy approaches like thunder on the horizon, inevitable and earth-shaking. In a few hours, everything they've built will be tested by forces that brook no compromise and show no mercy. The friendships forged in childhood will face their ultimate trial. The love that has sustained them through every previous challenge will either prove stronger than death itself or crumble under pressures too great for mortal hearts to bear. But for now, in these last precious moments of quiet, they are still just a family. Parents who love their child, friends who trust each other, people who believe that tomorrow will somehow find a way to be better than today. The transformation that will make them legend waits just beyond the horizon, patient as fate itself and twice as implacable. When it comes, it will change everything, but it will not be allowed to change the essential truth that love is the most powerful magic in any world. The Marauders sleep, unaware that their finest hour approaches with the dawn. When they wake, they will discover what it truly means to be heroes, not because they sought glory, but because they chose love even when love demanded the ultimate sacrifice. The moment of change rushes toward them like destiny itself, carrying promises and prices they have yet to comprehend. But whatever it brings, they will face it as they have faced everything else together, unbroken and absolutely certain that some bonds transcend even death itself. Their story approaches its climax, but their legend has only just begun. The night comes alive with a silence so profound it seems to swallow sound itself, the kind of quiet that precedes storms and breaks hearts with its terrible promise. At number 4, Privet Drive. A baby sleeps fitfully in a crib that still smells faintly of the love that will never again rock him to sleep, while downstairs Professor Dumbledore sits in vigil beside the cold fireplace, his ancient eyes reflecting flames that exist only in memory. The reports came in stages, each one more devastating than the last. The Fidelius charm broken, the cottage destroyed, James and Lily Potter dead, their lives ended by the most unforgivable of curses. And somehow, impossibly, miraculously, their 15-month-old son survived what no one should have been able to survive, his forehead bearing a lightning bolt scar that will become the most famous mark in the wizarding world. But miracles, Dumbledore knows, are born from sacrifice, and the price paid for Harry Potter's survival was measured in friendships destroyed, loyalties betrayed, and bonds that once seemed unbreakable shattered beyond any hope of repair. The Marauders, those 4 boys who had seemed destined for greatness, have been scattered by forces they could never have anticipated, their legend written in blood and loss and the terrible mathematics of war. In a ministry holding cell, Peter Pettigrew sits in a silence that echoes with the screams of the 13 muggles whose deaths he caused in his desperate attempt to escape justice. The boy who once struggled with simple hexes has become a killer, his transformation from loyal friend to servant of darkness complete in ways that would break the hearts of those who once loved him if they were still alive to feel such pain. The evidence against him is overwhelming. Witness statements, magical residue, the simple fact that he was the only person who could have betrayed the Potter's location to Voldemort. But Dumbledore sees deeper truths in the hollow eyes of the young man who once helped create the Marauders map, recognizing the signs of a soul that has been torn apart by choices no one should have to make. Why? Dumbledore asks during one of his visits to the cell, his voice carrying grief that encompasses not just the deaths of James and Lily, but the corruption of innocence that made those deaths possible. Why did you choose this path, Peter? What could possibly have driven you to betray your friends? Peter's response is barely a whisper, his voice carrying the hollow quality of someone who has lost everything that once defined him. They were going to kill my mother. They showed me pictures of what they'd done to other families, what they'd do to her if I didn't cooperate. I thought I could feed them false information, lead them away from James and Lily while protecting my mom. But once you start lying to Voldemort, once you start serving the Dark Lord, you can't stop. Each lie requires another lie. Each betrayal demands a greater betrayal, until you're so deep in darkness you can't remember what light looked like. The explanation carries the weight of truth. but truth that offers no comfort to the families destroyed by his choices. Peter's mother is indeed safe, spirited away to a secure location where Death Eaters can't reach her, but the price of her protection was paid in the blood of innocence and the corruption of bonds that should have been sacred. I never meant for it to go so far, Peter continues, his voice breaking as he speaks. I thought I could protect everyone. My mother, my friends, myself. I thought I was clever enough to play both sides, to serve the Dark Lord while keeping James and Lily safe. But Voldemort sees everything, knows everything. He knew I was trying to deceive him, and he used that knowledge to force me deeper into his service. And Sirius? Dumbledore asks gently. What of your accusations against him? Peter's face crumples at the mention of his former friend, the mask of defiance he's worn since his capture finally slipping completely. Sirius is innocent. He never betrayed anyone. He was the one who suspected me, who was getting too close to the truth. I had to discredit him somehow, had to make everyone believe he was the traitor instead of me. When I staged that confrontation in the street, when I killed those muggles and faked my own death, I thought I was buying time to escape. I never imagined they'd send him to Azkaban without a trial. The confession hangs in the air like a curse, confirming Dumbledore's worst fears about the corruption of justice in times of war. Sirius Black, the loyal friend who spent his final free hours trying to protect his godson, now rots in a prison designed to break the souls of those who enter its walls. The boy who rejected his family's dark legacy has been condemned for crimes committed by the friend he trusted most. Where is Sirius now? Dumbledore asks, though he already knows the answer will bring no comfort. Azkaban, Peter whispers, the word carrying the weight of a death sentence. They threw him in without even questioning him properly. Everyone was so ready to believe that another Black had gone dark, so eager to have someone to blame for what happened to James and Lily. By the time I revealed the truth, it was too late. He's been there for months, and the Dementors don't care about innocence or guilt. They just feed on whatever happiness they can find. The implications are staggering. Sirius Black, whose animagus form allowed him to retain more of his sanity than most prisoners, has still been subjected to months of psychological torture that would break most minds completely. Even if he's eventually freed, the damage done to his soul may be irreversible. And Remus? Dumbledore asks, though he suspects he already knows this answer as well. Remus thinks I'm dead, Peter says, his voice carrying shame that goes deeper than any magical curse. He thinks Sirius murdered me, that his best friend betrayed everything they believed in. The werewolf community has rejected him because of his association with suspected Death Eaters. He has no job, no friends, no hope of redemption. I destroyed him as thoroughly as if I'd used an unforgivable curse. The catalogue of destruction is complete. 4 friends who once seemed unbreakable have been scattered by forces they never saw coming, their bonds severed by betrayal and loss, and the terrible arithmetic of war. James and Lily are dead, their sacrifice ensuring their son's survival, but ending their own story in its prime. Sirius rots in Azkaban, condemned for crimes he didn't commit. Remus wanders the world alone, rejected by everyone who once knew him. And Peter has become something his younger self would have found unrecognizable, a killer and traitor whose choices have poisoned everything he once held sacred. There is still time, Dumbledore says gently, though his words carry the weight of someone who knows that some wounds can never fully heal. Peter, you can still choose to do the right thing. You can testify about Sirius's innocence, help us repair some of the damage your choices have caused. But Peter shakes his head, his face reflecting the hopelessness of someone who has traveled too far down a dark path to find his way back to the light. It's too late for redemption, Professor. Too late for any of us. The war has taken everything that mattered and left nothing but ashes and regret. Dumbledore studies the young man who once helped create magic that brought joy to countless students, seeing in his hollow eyes the reflection of a world that has lost too much innocence, too much hope, too much faith in the possibility that good can triumph over evil without paying prices that make victory indistinguishable from defeat. It's never too late, he says finally, his voice carrying the authority of someone who has lived through multiple wars and seen redemption bloom in the most unlikely places. Your friends, your true friends, they would forgive you if you gave them the chance. They would understand that you were forced into impossible choices, that you did what you thought was necessary to protect those you loved. Would they? Peter asks. and for a moment, the broken man in the cell becomes the uncertain boy who once followed his friends into adventures that seemed impossible. Would James forgive me for causing his death? Would Lily forgive me for orphaning her son? Would Sirius forgive me for condemning him to Azkaban? Would Remus forgive me for destroying his life? The questions hang unanswered because there are no good answers, no simple paths to redemption from choices that have caused such devastation. But Dumbledore sees something in Peter's eyes that gives him hope, a flicker of the loyalty that once defined him, a shadow of the boy who would have died for his friends if the circumstances had been different. They would forgive you, Dumbledore says with quiet certainty, because that's what the Marauders do. They forgive each other, they protect each other, they refuse to let anything, even betrayal, destroy the bonds that define them. Your friends love you, Peter. They always have, and they always will, no matter what choices you've made. The words seem to break something inside Peter, releasing tears that have been building since the night he first accepted Voldemort's mark. He weeps for the friends he's lost, for the innocent boy he used to be, for the future that might have been if he'd found the courage to trust in friendship rather than surrender to fear. "Help me," he whispers, his voice carrying the desperation of someone who has finally understood what he's lost. "Help me find a way to make this right. I can't bring James and Lily back, but maybe I can save Sirius. Maybe I can give Remus a reason to hope again. Maybe I can prove that some part of the boy who helped create the Marauders map still exists." The conversation that follows stretches deep into the night as Dumbledore and Peter work together to construct a plan that might salvage something from the wreckage of their shattered world. It won't be easy. The Ministry is reluctant to admit they condemned an innocent man. The public is hungry for someone to blame for their losses, and the damage done to individual lives may be irreversible. But plans are made, testimonies are prepared, and wheels are set in motion that will eventually lead to justice, even if that justice comes too late to prevent the worst of the damage. Meanwhile, in the house on Privet Drive, Harry Potter sleeps fitfully in his crib, his dreams filled with flashes of green light and the echo of a mother's love that saved him from death itself. He's too young to understand what he's lost, too innocent to comprehend the sacrifice that purchased his survival, but somewhere in his developing mind, he carries the knowledge that he is loved beyond measure. The adults who will raise him, his aunt and uncle, who view magic as a dangerous aberration to be suppressed, will never understand the magnitude of what happened that Halloween night. They'll see only a burden imposed upon them, a reminder of the sister they lost and the world they've chosen to reject. But Harry will grow up knowing somehow that he comes from love, that his parents died to protect him, that he carries within himself the power to choose light over darkness. In the months that follow, the wizarding world will slowly heal from the wounds inflicted by Voldemort's first reign of terror. The Death Eaters will be rounded up and imprisoned. The Ministry will rebuild its shattered institutions, and life will gradually return to something resembling normal. But the scars will remain, visible in the empty seats at family dinners and the names carved into memorial stones. The Marauder's story will become legend, told and retold as an example of how friendship can transcend even death, how loyalty can survive even betrayal, how love can create magic powerful enough to defeat the darkest forces imaginable. Children will learn their names in history classes, their exploits will inspire future generations of students, and their map will continue to guide those who need to find their way through darkness. But those who knew them personally will remember something more than legend. They'll remember 4 boys who found each other in a castle full of strangers and chose to become family. They'll remember laughter echoing through empty corridors, midnight adventures that turned into lifelong bonds, and the gradual transformation of childish mischief into adult heroism. Most importantly, they'll remember that the Marauders never really ended. The bonds they forged, the love they shared, the values they embodied, all of it lives on in the child they died to protect, in the friends they inspired, in the community they helped build through their choices and sacrifices. Harry Potter will grow up carrying their legacy, not as a burden but as a gift. He'll learn that his father was brave and loyal, that his mother was brilliant and loving, that his godfather was innocent of the crimes he was accused of, and that even Peter Pettigrew, the friend who betrayed them all, was ultimately redeemed by the love of those he'd wronged. The story that began with 4 11-year-old boys meeting on a train continues with a baby who will grow up to be the greatest wizard of his generation, carrying forward the values his parents and their friends died to preserve. The Marauders' work is finished, but their legacy has only just begun.
In the quiet hours before dawn, as the wizarding world sleeps and dreams of a future free from the shadow of Voldemort's terror, their spirits find peace in the knowledge that love has triumphed over hate, that light has defeated darkness, and that the bonds they forged in life have proven stronger than death itself. The Marauders are gone, but they are not forgotten. They live on in every act of courage, every moment of loyalty, every choice to stand with friends against impossible odds. They live on in the laughter of children who feel safe enough to play, in the tears of parents who can tuck their children into bed without fear, in the hope of a world that has learned to believe in tomorrow again. Their story is ended, but their legend is eternal, and somewhere in the space between memory and hope, 4 friends continue their greatest adventure, the adventure of inspiring others to believe that friendship can change the world, one heart at a time. The Marauders' secret files are closed, but their magic lives on forever. As our long journey through the Marauders' secret files draws to its close, the autumn wind outside your window carries with it the whispers of 4 friends whose story has become legend, whose bonds transcended even death itself, and whose love continues to echo through time like the most beautiful magic ever created. You've walked alongside James Potter as he transformed from an arrogant child into a leader worthy of legend, watching his heart grow large enough to encompass not just his own dreams, but the dreams of everyone who looked to him for hope. You felt his love for Lily blossom from schoolboy infatuation into the kind of devotion that would face down death itself to protect what mattered most. You witnessed his final choice, not to live, but to ensure that love would survive him. You've journeyed with Sirius Black as he rejected the darkness of his heritage and chose to build his own family from the friends who saw past his rebellious exterior to the loyal heart beneath. You watched him discover that some bonds are chosen rather than inherited, that courage isn't the absence of fear but the decision to act despite it, that freedom isn't about escaping responsibility but about choosing which responsibilities are worth embracing. You've experienced Remus Lupin's transformation from a boy who hated what he was, into a man who understood that monsters are defined not by their nature but by their choices. You felt his amazement as he learned that love could accept even the darkest parts of himself, that friendship could transform curses into gifts, that the pack he'd found was stronger than any force that tried to tear it apart. And yes, you've even walked with Peter Pettigrew through his tragic fall from grace, understanding that heroes and villains often begin in the same place, with love for those they're trying to protect. You've seen how fear can corrupt even the purest intentions, how impossible choices can lead to unthinkable betrayals, and how even the deepest falls can sometimes find redemption in the love of those who refuse to let darkness have the final word. These 4 stories have woven together like the threads of fate itself, creating a tapestry that shows us what friendship truly means when tested by the ultimate challenges. You've discovered that the Marauders map was never just a tool for avoiding detention. It was a metaphor for finding your way through life's most difficult passages, for navigating the complex territories of loyalty and love, for always knowing where your true friends are, even when the world seems determined to pull you apart. The secret passages they discovered weren't just hidden corridors in an ancient castle. They were pathways to understanding that some connections run deeper than surface appearances, that the most important journeys happen not in the physical world but in the landscapes of the heart. Every midnight adventure they shared was practice for the greater adventure of learning to trust each other completely, to stand together against any force that threatened what they held dear. You've learned that Mischief Managed isn't just about pulling pranks and breaking rules. It's about managing the beautiful chaos of caring so deeply for others that their happiness becomes more important than your own safety. It's about understanding that sometimes the most serious magic happens when you're laughing with the people who know you best, when you're creating joy in a world that often seems determined to extinguish every spark of light. The transformation they underwent wasn't just about becoming Animagi, though that achievement was remarkable enough. It was about discovering that love can literally change your shape, that friendship can give you powers you never knew you possessed, that when you truly commit to caring for others, you become capable of magic that defies every logical limitation. But perhaps most importantly, you've witnessed the truth that love never really dies, it just changes form. James and Lily's love lives on in their son, protecting him with magic so powerful that the darkest wizard who ever lived couldn't overcome it. Sirius's loyalty transcends his imprisonment, ensuring that when the time comes, he'll be there for his godson despite every obstacle placed in his path. Remus's wisdom will guide future generations of students, teaching them that being different doesn't mean being less than whole. Even Peter's story contains hope.
The possibility that redemption is never entirely out of reach, that the love of true friends can survive even the worst betrayals, that people can choose to do the right thing even when it costs them everything. The real magic you've discovered tonight isn't found in wands or spells or ancient charms. It's found in the moment when four lonely children decide to become a family. It's found in the choice to stand by your friends, even when standing by them puts you in danger. It's found in the understanding that some bonds are stronger than death, that some love is more powerful than the darkest magic ever created. As you drift towards sleep, carried by the gentle rhythm of your own breathing and the warm comfort of knowing that stories like this one exist in the world, remember that you carry within yourself the same capacity for extraordinary friendship that defined the Marauders. You have the power to choose loyalty over convenience, love over fear, hope over despair. Somewhere in the space between waking and sleeping, you can almost hear their laughter echoing through castle corridors that exist as much in memory as in stone. You can almost see the warm glow of firelight reflecting off four faces that learned the secret of true happiness, not in getting what you want, but in having people who matter enough to want things for. The Gryffindor common room grows quiet now, the last embers in the fireplace settling into peaceful ash, the ancient walls holding close the memories of all the friendships they've sheltered over the centuries. The fat lady snores gently in her portrait frame, dreaming of the countless students she's watched grow from children into heroes, from strangers into families. Listen carefully, and you can hear the soft sounds of Hogwarts at rest, the gentle sigh of wind through ancient stones, the distant hoot of owls carrying messages between hearts that beat as one, the whispered conversations of portraits sharing stories of the young people they've loved and lost and found again in every new generation that walks these halls. The Marauders map itself rests somewhere in the castle, its magic dormant but not dead, waiting for the next group of friends who need guidance through passages both literal and metaphorical. The map that began as a tool for mischief has become something far more important, a reminder that every school, every community, every family is full of secret passages that connect heart to heart, soul to soul. Your own friendships carry the same potential for magic that the Marauders discovered all those years ago. Every inside joke you share is a spell cast against loneliness. Every moment of loyalty you offer is a charm that strengthens the bonds between you. Every choice you make to stand by your friends is a form of transfiguration, changing ordinary relationships into something that can survive any test. The adults in your life who love you, parents, teachers, mentors who see potential in you that you might not yet recognize, they're all alumni of their own versions of Hogwarts, graduates of the School of Learning, that love is the most practical magic anyone can master. They've walked their own secret passages, created their own maps of the heart, discovered their own ways of managing the beautiful mischief of caring deeply for others. Rest now, keeper of these precious secrets, guardian of stories that prove love is stronger than death, hope is more powerful than fear, and friendship can accomplish miracles that reshape the world. Tomorrow will bring its own adventures, its own challenges, its own opportunities to practice the magic you've learned tonight. But tomorrow will also bring its own joys. The familiar comfort of friends who know you well enough to finish your sentences, the shared laughter that makes even the darkest days bearable, the quiet moments of understanding that need no words because the connection runs deeper than language. You are not alone in this world any more than the Marauders were alone in theirs. You are part of a great continuum of friendship that stretches back through time and forward into futures yet to be written. Every person who has ever chosen loyalty over convenience, love over fear, hope over despair is part of your extended family, part of the invisible network that connects all hearts brave enough to care. The fire burns lower now, casting dancing shadows that look almost like four young men sitting together, heads bent over parchment that glows with its own inner light. They're planning something magnificent. Another adventure, another joke, another way to prove that magic exists wherever friends gather to dream impossible dreams together. Their voices grow fainter as sleep approaches, but their words carry on the night wind like promises that will never be broken. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, but the best kind of no good, the kind that makes the world a little brighter, a little kinder, a little more magical than it was before. Mischief managed, whispers the wind. And somewhere in the peaceful darkness, four friends smile, knowing that their greatest achievement wasn't any single prank or adventure, but the simple revolutionary act of choosing each other over and over again, until choosing became as natural as breathing. Sleep well, dear friend. Dream of secret passages and loyal hearts, of magic that lives in laughter and love that conquers death itself. And remember when you wake that you carry within yourself the power to write your own legend, one friendship at a time. The Marauders' story is complete, but yours is just beginning. Make it magnificent. The gentle sound of pages turning grows fainter, fainter, until only the soft whisper of peaceful sleep remains, carrying with it the eternal promise that some stories never truly end. They just transform into dreams that inspire new adventures, new friendships, new magic in hearts brave enough to believe. Sweet dreams, keeper of secrets. Sweet dreams, guardian of love. Sweet dreams, until the morning brings new chances to prove that friendship really can change the world. Mischief managed, but love eternal.